How's everybody doing today? I'm gonna refactor our hazards today into effects, generic effects, and it will probably impact quite a few things. We'll see. I mean, it's not the most complex stuff to refactor, but I definitely, looking back on it now, I think it would have been smarter to just refactor into like proper effects. So we'll see how long that takes. But if it takes us the full day, no worry. If it doesn't take us the full day, which I don't think it will, but it'll take us most of the day, we'll just, I don't know, hang out, watch a couple videos at the end of the day today. Probably should have poured my drink before I took my pill. Is what it is. Hopefully a pill that I will no longer need after my surgery in July. What's up, Lepus? You are first. Or it's at the end of June. I don't know. I don't know when my surgery is. Gonna be a tough month, I'll tell you that. End of July. We'll have to work the stream around that. We're pretty far away from that still, so. How's it going? I think it's going alright. I don't have anything crazy going on. Okay, let's see here. Let's get our hazards open. We're gonna refactor the fuck out of this. Yeah, we'll probably have to touch this at some point. Base hazards. We'll have to touch this at some point, maybe. We shall see. For sure, our structure will probably change. What do we want to do here? So I want to remove terminology that refers to them as hazards. Although this would require a rename, and I kind of want to avoid a rename for the sake of it. Although if I'm doing the refactor, it really wouldn't be that bad to do it now, as opposed to just some random rename when everything is already working. I'd probably like to move hazard source types over to gameplay tags. Although it's not crucially necessary that we do that. Refactoring anyway, so name change is fine. Probably avoid this since enum is safer and easier. You know, and that way we only know that there's one byte that this can be assigned to. I don't know, I find the enum safer. Call me old school. Damage per tick. Change to... what could we call this, like? Effect intensity, effect amount per tick. We could change this to per second and then just do a division by 5 when we calculate tick, if we want. Although it's mainly going to be me working on it, so I don't know, I don't mind it being damage per tick. And then we don't have to do the math. Save a tiny little bit of performance. I think I would like to put total number of ticks into the structure, because what we ran into an issue with, not the restoration stations, it was the hydrogen consumption. We exposed an issue. Where did we implement that? Here, so we did a tick override on the effect initialization, but I think I'd like to change this over to I'd like to put the amount of tick on the config itself. Definitely do that. Tried to duplicate with Minecraft, but in the end I just put him on easy and made it so he doesn't lose his inventory. Eventually he will branch out. Once he gets good. Then he'll start to challenge himself, and before too long he'll start doing hardcore runs. Then he'll start installing some mods, and you know, it'll be all over from there. We definitely don't want to refer to... Hold on. Hazard config. Effect config. Damage type to resource. Yeah, and then damage per tick to effect amount per tick. Hey Devin, how's it going, man? Happy Thursday. What's my stream title today? Timescale. We are not working on the timescale system. We are refactoring today. I don't know why you joined and reminded me to do that, but I remember to do it. Why are my sounds not working? Hold on. An update is available. Skip. Wonderful. Hold on. I will refund your points. I don't remember how to pull this up though. Manage requests. I found it. There we go. Get your points back. What's happening? My application to manage sound alerts was not working because of an update that prevented it from auto logging in and turning on the software. So you wasted your points and I had to turn on the software, and then I refunded your points because the sound alert didn't actually work. But you can try it now and it should work. Hopefully that makes a bit more sense. There it is. Now we're cooking. Let's start with the config. Let's start with the config. What was the application you're using for your GDD again? I am using UTrack for writing our documentation currently. However, I often just write GDDs in Word because I think they have really good support for table of contents and headings. Got what I redeemed. Are you free? I'm not free right now, but if you have a question, you can absolutely ask it. By all means. What did we do? That was ticks, right? Hazard config, ticks to apply. Yeah, we can just call it that. Let's make all the changes to the config that we can do right now. Can you try Gamma Made? No, because unfortunately there are a lot of scam issues with that, and people posting links in chat can cause quite some problems. But if you want us to try games, then you need to be, just a member of our community for a while. If you are not one of those people that tries to scam. And then, of course, we can always try out somebody's game that they've made on stream. But I would definitely recommend posting it on, someplace safe like Steam. It's always a good spot to do it. Pretty cheap to get on there. Apply allowance, source type, damage type. We want this to be effect or resource. Primarily. And then damage per tick to effect amount per tick. Well, I'm not free enough to play somebody's link right now. I'm not free to do that. I am unfortunately doing some refactoring. Since we have a very tight schedule we need to adhere to, and I worry that there might be some stuff coming up that's going to probably push us behind a little bit, but we'll see about that. I might be worrying for nothing. Yeah, we need to get everything that is red or yellow done by end of Q1, which is about a month and a half away. Currently, we're refactoring. Move ticks to apply up there. I don't know what the reason is that we didn't want to put it here, but I think it's fine to put it here. Elaborate. Well, a refactor is when you have coded something poorly or to not handle the things that you thought it needed to handle. So you need to go in and fix the code and potentially rewrite things in order to be more universal or more stable. In our case, universal. We don't save those or reload. Debug with Unreal Engine. Did that yesterday while adding multiplayer? What, in one day? It is a pain in the ass to add multiplayer. I can definitely agree with that. Which is why we're not doing it. We like making single player games. For the old people. saved yourself yet. That's why I did it. I'm like, you know, we have enough technological problems to deal with, and probably a whole host of effort to go through with optimization. I'm not gonna bother with multiplayer. Especially if it's a competitive game. Although, you know, not all multiplayer games are competitive, but of course you always have latency desync issues, and God forbid you do make a competitive multiplayer game, you then need to add in proper netcode. You might need to look into dedicated servers. You have to look into security, authentication, anti-cheat. Or you just make a single player game. Broke and broken, welcome to game dev. Oh, just a co-op game? No worries, no worries. Yeah, let's rename these. BPI hazards. We don't need to touch anything in there because they're not technically hazards. Hey, effects. We do have player effects. Oh yeah, with the ticks left. Yeah, let's do this too. Wonderful. Should have predicted that one. What are you doing for what game? What is the game loop? The game loop is to play the game and enjoy it. No, the game loop is climb, learn, get better. Nice and simple. Precision platformer. But I do hope people enjoy it, of course. It's probably redirectors. Let me fix the fucking redirectors. Yep, platforming. Platforming, but with a purpose. But in 3D. Which I wouldn't recommend. God forbid. Like, oh, what can one more dimension actually do? Way too much is what the answer is. Okay, fix up the redirectors. A 1D platformer. I'm not sure if that one would work. That would be interesting though. Okay. I hate renaming. I hate renaming. Something is breaking that. I could probably find out where.
You can't spell micro-raptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Again. What's up with him, size? Where do we use this structure? VPC MVVM. Okay, so something in one of these is causing the crash. Which isn't my crash. You might be surprised to learn. Sure about High Guard being almost cancelled? It is getting to that point, isn't it? I just change the type. Oh, you know, I want to fix my bugs. I don't want to fix the game engine's bugs. You know? Like, I already have enough on my plate. Why does it have to make my job harder? Look at this. Look what it does. What's progress on Redstone? I wouldn't know because that's not the name of the game. Rune size. What am I supposed to do if I can't change that? What does it want me to do? Using code names so it's still confidential? You mean the game that we're live streaming? There's no redirectors. Fine, I'll just delete it. What's the worst that could happen? And now it magically works. It's gonna be one of those days, huh? Gonna be one of those days. Hazard data. Change that to effect data. Current effect data. I know it's still hazard config. I'm just gonna slowly switch it over. Hopefully without breaking anything. Which means, of course, we will break things. unhook those. Yeah, player effect, we can remove the ticks too. Or no, that should still have ticks left in it. We don't need to change that. We just want to remove all mention of hazard specifically. Okay. Let's close, let's reload, let's see if there's any structure errors. You know, I'm pretty good at fixing my own bugs. The bugs that I'm not good at fixing are the bugs that I don't cause. Which then are the most frustrating ones. I remember back when working on Colden Chronicles, it took like 5 minutes for me to figure out why a playtester was able to open a menu that they shouldn't have been able to open from halfway across the map. And the only reason was because I forgot to set that an in-world widget to non-focusable, which meant that you could press tab to switch focus of the widget and then press enter or space to open up a menu. 5 minutes to figure that out. But like the moment that some bug that I didn't cause or that I didn't have anything to do with occurs, it takes me like a week to figure out why it's happening. But yeah, don't put widgets in the world with buttons. And if you do, make sure they're set to non-focusable. Thank me later. I would recommend doing default non-focusable on all, on anything that you don't want to have default focus. Because then you can just override that on children. I mean, the reality I think that I learned from that and from Coin Pusher were just to have a good hierarchy of parent widgets. Effect apply allowance. Application type. We can still do hazard box longest side, but I might move that to a specific folder for hazards. Hazard source type. And do effect source type. And then we'll fix up all redirectors. That'll work. I think in hindsight, it would have been smarter just to make an effect manager first and call it that initially, than you specifically just deal with hazards. That was wrong with me. We're paying the price today. Let's see if we can rename some functions. Everything here should be okay in hazards. The effects will probably want the MVVM open too. We currently call these damage type. I think because we know we're eventually going to refactor this anyway, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. We know this is going to get updated. So we'll just keep it the way it is. Initialize effect, remove invalid sources, remove effect, tick effects, remove effect by ID, current effects. I don't know if there's still any reference to hazard specifically here. There is get hazard ticks, but that's for BPI hazard. However, that's only if it is a hazard. And I worry about running that. I think instead what I'll do is I'll do a... Yeah, I need to fix this. Because we now bake the ticks to apply in here. So here's what we'll do. If the source is not valid, we want to remove that. I don't mind keeping the tick override there. That's okay. Otherwise, we can do a check if the source is actually a hazard quite easily. Do we implement the hazard BPI? If so, let's initialize ticks as long as it's greater than 0. No, it's too far with the extra object check. Keep it lean. Okay, set ticks to initialize equal to ticks to initialize. Otherwise here we need to grab the effect data itself. Specifically grab the ticks to apply. Do this check. Otherwise we can pull up to here. A little bit of spaghetti. We could avoid that. Why do we... Yeah, there's a bug here. We don't want to set ticks to initialize equal to ticks to initialize. We want to set it to the tick override. Okay. Hey, catch bugs in a refactor. Can't complain. I'm going to pay back my technical debt. I might as well do it improving things. Okay. This should be good. I don't like the separate handling specifically for hazards, personally. We don't even need that. No, we actually don't need that. We don't need that at all. Because we bake it directly into the config now. So that's just not needed. That's better. That is better. Okay, do we have any other references to hazards here? Yes. Hazard config, except it's not called that anymore. So maybe out of An abundance of safety. Let's break these again. And just replace them. Okay, this one does say effect. This one says effect. Good here. I think in the initialization, let's just double check that everything is okay with setting the ticks, but I think it should be. Nothing should be changed here. Yeah, and we use ticks to initialize just to be on the safe side for the override. Except for here, I didn't hook it up correctly. That's why I double check. Okay. No, I think that's pretty good. Let's do another safety sanity restart of the engine. Check for any errors. You never know. Better be on the safe side. Let me turn off my heater though. It's already pretty warm in here. Alright, safety sanity check. Default errors with Unreal. Warnings. Nothing red though. So no structure errors. Can we play? Is anything broken? I don't see the hazard around this. Runtime error, trash box component is pending kill. Interesting. Uh-huh. We do have some bad blueprints. We should be able to remove the... Well, we'll have to go through each of our hazards. We will actually have to go through each of them. There aren't that many, though. We just need to double check if they're using the data table. Or if they have manual setup, and then if they have manual setup, we need to fix up their tick appliance. But at least now they shouldn't be broken. Well, I don't see them. It's fucked up the location of them. But I can fix that. Hopefully that'll reset them back to where they were. I've seen that issue occur a few times. Yep, we're good now. Okay, let's go through each of these. Hazard box is not using a config. So we need to move ticks to apply up to here. Nullified my data table, so I need to fix that up too, but that is using a data table row. Data table. No data table. Shit. Most of these should be using the data table. This one is not. Sorry, I'm focusing on this. Only like 6 more to go. Okay, that should be all of them. Alright, right, and then in hazard base, what we can do here is delete the tick amount, the ticks to apply, and then I believe we can also delete the interface call to grab ticks. Let's just double check if we're using that anywhere. But I don't think we are. Where's it even doing this check? I don't even see the window. Oh, there it is. No, it's not being used anywhere. All right, delete it. And then ticks to apply can be deleted. Hazard config, proximity, overlap, remove on exit, those should all be fine. Everything else should be good too. Everything else looks good to me. Let's go up to the hazard and we'll see if it's working. Looks correct to me.
Daddy.
Oh. The combo. How's it going, bro? Okay, we kind of have two new things here. Do we have the hazard documentation? Yeah, I might rewrite this a little bit. Honestly, we only need two things. We just need a new image. For the configuration. And then I can delete the... Okay, I need to move a few things. This is moved up to here. Between resource and ticks to apply. Or I'm sorry, resource. No, effect amount per tick and application type. Move that. This is now not damage type, but rather resource. And I rename this to I think effect. What did I rename this? Isn't this just E resource? Let's see it here. Let me double check this. ST effect config type. It's player resource, player resource. Source type is effect source. Okay, and then we don't have the ticks to apply down here. This can be deleted. Why is that? We should have descriptions on most of these except for the new ticks to apply, but that's just the new, it's just, we just move that. You just copy this, paste it in. We don't need to limit effect amount per tick anymore from -1 to 0, but rather -1 to 1. And we'll need to make sure that we clamp that if we don't. I don't think we were clamping it, but maybe we were. No, we're not. We are not. So we should be able to do positive effects then. And then the config can be, we can new picture that one too. Let's go down here to test it out. So this will damage you. Let's make a duplicate of this. And this one will... Oh, it fucked up my... Oh, never mind. Because I'm using a data table. But I can wipe that. Ablative, effect amount 0.01, so that's positive. 5 ticks, continuous reapply. Alright. The first one should heal you, the second one should damage you. The icons will currently look the same though. Damage, heal. Beautiful. And we can register those under the same system. So now with restoration stations, if we want, instead of updating the player health like this, we could actually initialize a new effect, which I think will look cooler. I'm gonna make this I'm gonna put this in a function. It'll just look a bit cleaner with all the spaghetti. Okay, effects component. Just do a quick validity on that. If false, return. Self should be fine. Do the switch. Okay, make effect, we do not need to give them an ID, multiple allowance is fine. Source type, we could add a new source type for a restoration station. Although I need to make a new, icon for that. So let me do that. Oh look, it even saved it. Just binged 97 Kingdoms episodes so far. Sudden urge to play Kingdom Come. Did you like it? I definitely recommend reading the novellas too. And they're pretty fast. You can read through the first novella in like a few hours. Or listen to it on audiobook. The audiobook's very nice too. It's pretty damn faithful so far. Got old Game of Thrones vibes and excitement. It's just nice. You know, I was watching this show called The Pit recently. Me and my wife are watching it. And I'm like enjoying it. It's not bad. But I get really tired of modern American TV where it feels like you are being pandered to. You know, I roll my eyes. And it kind of like, I get pulled out of the immersion a bit. And it's nice that with the Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I don't think all the humor points hit, but I definitely don't feel pandered to. And it's just nice to be able to get immersed in a deep world with interesting and fun characters and really nice set pieces. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a bit too stingy. Who the fuck knows? Maybe some joke didn't do it for you. It's not the jokes, it's more that there's certain things that didn't happen in the book that I don't know why they didn't add it, because I do think that it lessens the moment. It's not that I think it's bad, but more it's just like, did the Brute of Bracken fart? No, he stood up and said something. And the effect was kind of similar, because when he stood up in the stands, he said something along the lines of, "We don't know you, why would we fight for you?" You know, something like that. And it's kind of weird that they would change that to a fart. Well, this is, I don't think this is a spoil. I'm not going to spoil anything, you know, after this, but more, if you've seen all the episodes so far, you'll know the fart. That doesn't happen in the book. I don't know why they changed it from him saying his line. I don't feel like it made the scene better. But the outcome is still kind of the same. It was like weirdly childish humor at a moment where I wasn't wanting or expecting childish humor. It makes sense. Are those Neurosama emotes? I love those. Like the "you are stupid" things like art. Yeah. No, a lot of the dialogue is like word for word from the book. Word for word. And it's great because I feel like it's very intelligently written. You don't feel like you're being pandered to. It feels like you have a, you know, highborn kid and lowborn. Technically, I think he was like 16 in the books or something, but let's just say adult. And they speak very differently. I love it. It's fantastic. Question about DD1, are there two different values in the code that check what the duration of a battle is? In what context? It might be easier if you tell me what you're trying to do. Because yes, I believe that there are different contexts where they refer to the amount of rounds that have passed as rounds. I think I've also seen turns. Can't quite remember. How are we hooking up the source type? I think I was hard coding it right now, wasn't I? I was hard coding it. And I should move that over to a data table. Where do I want to put that? Maybe here. Weird interaction with certain mods where when they're enabled and I attempt to end the endless waves in the farmstead, skills that are usable X times per battle do not reset between waves, but camping buffs that last for X battles do wear off after a certain amount of waves. That's weird because I know I specifically, or I believe, unless they changed it after I left, added usability per battle to certain skills on like vanilla characters. I think I did. Like certain buffs. Which means that those vanilla ones wouldn't work in the farmstead either. Because if the skill reads X times per battle, then it's the same code being used as any other usage of that. But I could see how camping buffs might work differently, and this would be a hard-coded bug that you probably wouldn't be able to change. Not with mods, at least. That's my best answer at the moment. We'll do a fallback icon too. I'm gonna change this to a soft class reference and actually learn how to fucking use those. Once in my life, maybe. I'll be relying on you guys to help me with that one. For the Highwayman, for example, tracking shot won't reset after wave, but his unparalleled finesse expires as you'd expect. My best guess, based on everything I know, is that the way it handles the buffs and the camping effects are for some reason different. Or it is handling it different based on whether or not it's reading from the effect file or the buff file. Because camping skills were a little bit outdated and are using different code and logic than other effects. So it is possible that there's inconsistencies behind the scenes with the code. Not 100% on that, but I am 95% on that. Only thing I don't like is those loopings. Only for the MVVM, and this will be refactored anyway. So you know what? I'll just get it implemented, and we'll just mark this under. We know it's an issue. We're gonna refactor it. I'm not gonna worry about it. There was some other effect type. Technically, we wanted to add like player ability. This is very imperfect. Does the duration of one battle expire, but skills with cooldowns do reset? Weird, and it's tied to possibly Sunward Isles. Maybe. Maybe. The question is why you're not playing Pitch Black Dungeon. I don't think there's any point showing a dash icon for an effect. But I'll just make the icon. I mean, I don't think there's any way that we can do it because it's a one-off effect. It would be one tick of immediately doing, you know, 5%, so I don't think there's any point showing that for what would essentially be 0.2 seconds. So we're 300 kills, so it's not a run under, just limits my build flexibility a tad. It is weird. I mean, Kira, it is weird, but I don't know if there's any way. If there's issues with certain things expiring, all I can say is this. Whatever it says on the tooltip is the same code for any other, let's say, ability like that, but camping skills specifically might be running different stuff because I know that they are coded differently. But if one ability says, you know, it expires after 2 battles and another ability says that, they work the exact same way. But a camping skill that says 2 battles might work differently than an ability that says two battles. Think Google gets paid from GeoGuessr? Probably not. Probably not. But you know, in the wise words of Kendrick, I wish I had a dick as big as the Eiffel Tower so I could fuck the world for 72 hours. Think of that what you will. It probably needs to be a soft object reference. Now to think about it. Solar. Generic radiation. Mineral. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 6 more. Toxic gas. Hallucinogenic gas. Molten metal. Fire. Restoration station and dash. Okay, restoration station. I didn't add the dash one. Let me add the dash. And then we'll do like a generic fallback. I'll just make a question mark fallback. T effect fallback. Good to me. Get icon for effect source type. Probably just make this a peer function. We need an input for source type. And an output of a texture 2D. I remember there being something that was wonky about doing for each through the enum, but I can't remember what it was. But I've run into a bug regarding it at some point, and I just don't remember. I do not remember. Then again, we don't really need to loop through the source types, we just need to loop through the data tables. We can probably exit directly if we find it, and if we don't find it, we can use the fallback that I didn't implement. Now we have it. Otherwise, we can get data table row, icon, check if source type is equal to source. This is blocking, right? Resolves a software sense gets a class or object pointing to if the object isn't already loaded in memory, this will return none. See, and that's kind of the issue, is that we need to load this. I will have to do it blocking. I don't like this. That's why I don't like working with soft references. But it's fine. It's fine. There's a proper workflow for it. We'll need to get better at it. It's non-negotiable. The cast here should work. I wonder if there's an easy way to specify which class it is. I don't know. I think that's wrong. But it should be fine. Player effects, let's throw it up there. And then I think it was in the MVVM where we need to specify this. It's here to replace this. But we do need the world context. We can just use the player ref for that. And then the source type. Texture 2D. Be good. Need a little extra room. Okay. Fine to me. I'm not the most happy about it, but when am I ever? Okay, should work. We can finish this up. Resource, health, source type, restoration station, effect amount per tick. We want to do a one shot. Let's do a one shot of 5 ticks per second. Let's say 25. So over 5 seconds, we will restore. Let's do 5 seconds. It's just, do I really want to do Yeah, we'll overstimulate the player. We'll overstimulate. We'll do that. And then we can copy and paste this 3 times. Ablative. Hydrogen. I will probably change that later. For now, it's fine. However, I think I will change it to 1 per ID. And we'll do restoration station health. Because then you can't stack the effects. It'll just replace the current effect. Let's go test that. Alright, let's get it drained pretty deeply here. We can even go down to 0 if we want. You know, I kind of wonder, though, if the effects, when you have no ablative, was supposed to drain your health. I wonder if that's fucked up now that we're doing positive additions. I guess we'll see. It shouldn't apply health. It is applying health. Okay, we can fix that. I mean, otherwise the effect works fine. You can see it initializing in the upper right. And the most we can do is just reinitialize it. And it even stacks properly if you have the restoration effect and then immediately walk into a hazard, since we add up the total of each effect. Good to know. Let's fix the bug. Specifically here. We probably only want to do that if the ablative damage to apply is less than 0. Let's see if that fixes it. I would think it does. I would think it does. It looked like we were only getting 1 tick of health though, and then the ablation restoration was working as expected. So I don't know why that was. Now it seems to be working as expected. Okay, yeah, it looks good now. Clean it up. Oh, messy. Okay. That was pretty good. Checks if the player has a blade to do damage against. If not, add a blade of damage. Only checks if blade of damage to apply is actually negative. Have to write any code? Not at the moment. We will eventually. But for most of the core gameplay, I don't have to do it right now. Most likely we will be nativizing ticking effects, which we have a lot of, and that will improve CPU times pretty significantly. But our CPU times are already pretty low, and I don't really think they'll be very high. But it depends on whether or not we offload some physics or particle simulations to the CPU to free up GPU time, which might be a possibility. We'll have to see. Right now the GPU render times are pretty damn low for the game. My CPU utilization isn't showing. Isn't it like stat graphs, unit graph? Right now VSync is turned on, so it's forcing it to wait. I could turn that off in the build version. Oops. You always get better performance in the built version of the game. Although this is development, not shipping, so it will still be... There is still some things that are overhead here. Yeah, generally, our CPU time is really fucking low. We don't do a whole lot. GPU right now and probably always will be our biggest problem. Unfortunately. Why is our render res lower? Kind of weird that it says that. What is it called? It's set res 1920 1080 windowed full screen. I don't see how that's right. It's saying our render res is 1400 by 788. Very, very odd. Even with rendering the whole level, it's really just not that bad. And we are rendering literally everything here, including all the moving platforms and whatnot. So this is currently very, very unoptimized. It's most likely we would just be rendering one room at a time, and we have 3 rooms. Some of the rooms will cost more, of course, especially that second room. But it's not bad. I'm hitting 150 FPS, which is about kind of the standard that you're going to get with Unreal Engine 5 without any additional tweaks. So it's not like anything in this scene is really costing us a lot, but because we're just using primitives. And we don't have a whole lot of gameplay elements that are ticking. A lot of overlap querying. I bet that that could be optimized further. And unfortunately, like the move component, the scene component time is pretty heavy. We do have a lot of components moving. Some of those could be optimized to the lower CPU time. And then we could analyze which blueprints are ticking, but a lot of those blueprints that are ticking are probably the ones you would expect. Like the fans. Some of those definitely don't need to be ticking. Oh, probably the moving platforms too. If I had to guess. But I'm always conscious of things like that. You know, these two have to tick because they are moving. This ticks because it's moving. Although I disable that when you're fully out of range. Yeah, from a CPU standpoint, I don't think our game is going to be a problem. GPU, that's where it's gonna be a tough one. I'll tell you that. Well, I think we're good. Let's just quickly double check the ability. Yeah, that does that one shot. I could throw it into the effects component, which would initialize it as an effect. But I think doing it immediately is probably safer, so it's good that we have both options. And I wouldn't consider it like an, you know, DOT effect anyway, like we have with like the restoration stations. I think it's fine the way it is. The dash is pretty fun though. Dash is cool. With the right visual and sound effects, it could be pretty awesome to see. And there's a lot of gameplay opportunities we have with it. I was even thinking yesterday after I went home that it would be cool to have a section of wall where you have to jump out but then dash back in into like a little alcove. Kind of cool. Do some like backwards platforming that way. We will have to look into that with level 5, but it's going to be quite a long time before we work on level 5. Fortunately. Successful refactor to me. Let's just load it up to see if there's any structure errors. Better err on the side of caution with that one, because that will prevent builds from working. Oh look. Oh fuck. And then there was something else I wanted to make today, and we could do that today. A little bit of platforming. But I need to make a new branch for that. We have structure errors. We do indeed have structure errors. Alright, let's deal with them. How much trauma regarding these? They're pretty easy to fix up though. BPI hazards unknown structure. Bone issue. Don't care about that. Control thrusters update BPC exosuitability. The way you fix it, right click, refresh nodes, it's fixed. But you'll notice how sinister it is. It doesn't tell you there's an error. It doesn't fail compiling. Nothing prevents you from playing the game. But it will be bugged, and it will prevent you from building the game. And you don't want to stack these issues on top of each other. This one's fucked up, but there's not much I can do about it apart from doing that. Hope that fixes it. BP hazard base is the source of pretty much okay, there's a lot of problems in BP hazard base. So I'll just refresh everything here. I wouldn't think these are problematic. Construction script might be. Deal with that. Okay, let's close what we have. See if any are still there. I see no red. Looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. Full refactor of hazards to effects and refactored restoration stations to use the effect system instead of direct application of the resource. Had to do lots of tweaks, fixes, and renames on top of that, which I don't really like doing. But it should be okay. Okay, let's merge this to main, because it is a pretty big change. We're going to create a branch from this change set to... Sorry, not that. Never mind. We're okay. Fixing room 2. Shortcut. Well, not shortcut, but rather fixing room 2 side objective. I'll show you the problem. Or the problem is I think that I see it. And we can't forget to get a hazard config image for this. Before I forget. That'll work. Beautiful. Okay, I can close that for now. Let me show you the problem. But I have an idea for a solution already. You might have spotted this red spline here. I want to make a new route that does not allow you to jump from here to here, but instead you have to go around here. The reasoning for that is right now I believe that it is faster to go through the optional objective route and jump over to these moving platforms than to go the intended route. I don't really want the optional objective route to offer a way to get back on the main path that is faster. To be honest, I don't know if this is true though. I would have to test it. So let's test it and time both routes. Hopefully not failing. I'm not gonna like speed run it, but I'm gonna try to go at a reasonable pace. And hopefully not fail. But if we do fail, we'll just mark our last recorded time and continue where we fell. Okay, I was at 1 minute. I didn't do a sprint jump. So add in 1 minute to whatever we get here. So let's say like a minute 45, I think is safe for the amount of time it takes to get to the point where you can drop down on these. And maximum you're looking at like 2 minutes to actually be able to start the jump. Assuming you don't fall and fail like me. But it's about a minute 45 to 2 minutes for that. I can guarantee you, I don't even have to do it. This route to get down to there is way longer than 2 minutes. So it's a time skip currently to go on the optional objective route, but not do the optional objective. And I don't know how to feel about that. So my thinking was that we cut it like here, and then we add in a route that curves around the side of the turbine room. I think this is the turbine room here. One of these is turbine, one of them is control. But either way, curve around that, go around this fall, and then we connect up somehow with the moving platforms here. And I don't know if it should be significantly longer, but it should just be generally longer than the main route, I would say. It's a detour, and we should penalize it like a detour. We go to the bathroom first though, and then we can come back and plan this out. Do a blackout. BRB. I watched Dad, and he's gone. Sorry about that. I apologize for any ads. Oh, where's my music? Oh, I just finished up a song. How's it going overall, Thrower? I have ad block and still sub. Please, yeah, please use ad block as much as you can. I wish I could turn off ads, but I cannot turn them off. Well, actually, I could prevent pre-roll ads by running ads. So, damned if I do, damned if I don't. Thanks, Jeff. Bezos, bitch. I'm thinking we could do a couple of moving platforms here. And you like jump down from the walkways. I think that could be pretty cool. You want a free game tester? Type in !demo. I think that's the one that works. And you'll be able to get a build of the game. Won't have today's work though, yet, but I can make a build tonight with the new changes. I think that jump is too far on its own. Oh, you're on PS5. Ever pay people to test the games that you've made? We have no money to pay anybody. I don't even make an income. I wish though. I mean, once we become an actual studio, I would like to have one in-house QA tester. 100% have an in-house QA tester. And I already have the person I would hire for it. We just need to get to that point, you know? Good enough. What makes my first choice? Well, keep in mind, so in-house QA tester is different than like play testers, but he would be my first choice because I've worked with him before. He does a really good job. He knows the software, he knows the methodologies, he has experience doing certification across multiple platforms. He's very honest. He likes games. He fits everything that I would need. But then on top of that, we would have play testers, and the play testers, he would manage the play testers and collect bugs and issues from you guys. He would do testing on those and make actual official reports. And then we would fix them. We would all relay that to you, and you know. But we really only need one play tester. I don't need like a whole group or team. For now. How's this jump? Too far. That's a bit better. Alright, let's set up some moving platforms here. Coming out of the lava. I won't make this section too big though. I only want like 2 of them, probably. Yeah, it's cool to hear about some of the other side of making a video game I don't usually see. Appreciate your answers. You're not being a pest. By all means, one of the reasons we want to have this channel, or we have had this channel, is to illuminate what this side of the industry looks like and what early development looks like. So that when you hear developers saying things, you have a better idea of the ones that are lying to you and the ones that are telling the truth. And that you kind of see the pitfalls, like, you know, does this look ugly? Yeah, because this is not the art style of the game. So we can't really market this, although it is fun to play, but, you know, if we were to get play testers for this who aren't aware of development stuff, you know, we might have people telling us feedback like, oh, well, you know, this art looked ugly, or the lighting was bad. It's like, well, yeah, because we do that much later. But, you know, it's one of those things where now you get a better idea of what each phase of development looks like, and can understand why games take so long to develop, or why a seemingly simple feature is actually something that is really challenging to do. Stuff like that. With the main focus being that if you're getting scammed, and there's a lot of scams going around in games, you'll have a good intuition of it. God, with AI too, there's more scams now than ever, unfortunately. I don't want to think about it. Timed moving platform spline. We will use the default. Let's see here. How do we want this to take shape? Starts in the lava, poops down and out of the lava. And maybe curves like this. Before sinking under. That could work for me. 47 meters long on that one. Okay, not climbable. We'll use default actor. Follow spline directly. Movement 2 meters per second. Boost that up to 3. Linear curve. Kill at destination, respawn on kill, 0.2 second respawn delay. Don't need it to wait. Moving platform ID, level 6, room 2. Side objective 1. No, businesses, companies trying to use AI to cut costs, but it's failed terribly. Have you found any use in AI, or have you heard about any AI that could help you make this game or video game in general? Yeah, there are genuine use cases for AI that I think are not nearly as unethical or negative as others. I don't think it's really going to replace anybody in the industry, though I do think companies believe it will. You know, the easier it becomes to make a game, or whatever we want to define as a game, then the value of a game decreases. And if at a point it's so easy to, I don't know, prompt to game, let's say, then the value of those games is worth nothing, because anybody can just write in a prompt, get a game. What's the point? And I think that that's a fad that will die out. I really... It's silly. It's silly to think that these AI models can actually make a game. They're not making a game. I believe that AI coding in the hands of an experienced coder is not something to worry about from a end result perspective. However, a coder not constantly refining and testing their skills will become a worse coder. An AI coder might replace a junior, but replacing juniors in your company will have you're spelling death for your company, because you're not creating any long-term loyal individuals that become better. And AI really can't reason or think long-term with all of the nuances and context that a game development or a studio requires. So the most interesting use cases for AI would be getting reference materials that you can then hand to concept artists. Everybody was going to Google Images before that anyway, so it's like, what's the difference here? And some menial tasks, but the menial tasks fall into the same realm of, if you aren't the one doing that, are you really keeping your skills sharpened doing that? So there's a bit of a trade-off. I know that was a bit of a longer answer, but Here's an app where I can say, show me a photo of a dog. Do you think we'll get to a point in our life where we could say, add textures to the video game I'm making right now? Yes. But do you think that, I mean, this is an open question. Do we really think that people will flock to games where they know it wasn't made by a human? Because currently, the statistics are not positive in that manner. People tend to rate anything with AI-generated art or any art generated by AI as lower value than that made by humans, and they don't feel strong of a connection to it. And on top of that, there is long-time studies showing that people associate value with the amount of time it took to create the artistic piece. And so the cheaper and easier and faster it becomes, the lower the value actually is. And I think people will, it'll be a bit of a fad, and then they'll be like, okay, but I want a human to actually speak to me. I want them to connect with me. Problem has always been the design, architecture, correct high-level decisions. Coding has never been the hard part, and that's true for most industries, not just gaming. I can agree with that. Yeah, getting the architecture right is really crucial and difficult. And a lot of games fail because a lot of games and indie developers fail because they don't do the architecture correctly, and they code themselves into a corner, and they either refuse to refactor or they don't know how. Fail. The time you needed to play an instrument to be a musician? Well, here's the thing. Are people actually buying and responding positively to music made by AI in non-meme fashions? Because memes are about humor, and yeah, you could argue that maybe AI has some relevance in the meme space, but people aren't buying memes. I don't know. I think the AI won't take over like that because there's a trend of indie games made by small groups becoming popular, whereas EA and Treyarch are losing because they're too focused on money microtransactions. Yeah. People don't like to feel disconnected from the things that they purposefully spend money on to feel connected to. What, you mean most of the music over the last 3 to 4 decades don't involve instruments? Well, this implies that there's only skill in playing an instrument and not skill in making a specific sound. I see what you mean. I don't think it's relevant. But I'm also not a great person to ask for actual instruments because I do listen to a lot of old music. I mean, I think this one should curve around. I think it should get close enough for the player to actually do something with it. And then we can curve down and in like that. Doesn't stop hip hop from being mass adopted. No, I get what you mean. But I think there's still skill in making a good beat. But that I don't think that necessitates having real instruments being used. Not always. And if instruments were necessary to make good music, then a cappella and opera would not be popular. So I think there's some nuance for it. Yeah, that'll work for me. That'll work for me. What's something fun we could do here? I like the idea of like running to catch up to a platform, although you don't really need to do that because you can just wait for the next platform to appear. So I'm wondering if that's even necessary. But it could be fun for speedrunners trying to do like all of the side objectives. So maybe there is a use case for putting in like some time skips and ways to optimize speed and skill here. Give me a sec. All right, another spline. Let's do this way. We will also have this one coming out of the lava. And we're gonna have this one curve towards here. This will get pretty long though, won't it? I think that's fine though. I want to do some wall stuff. How long is that? 111 meters. Yeah, that is pretty long. It is long. This one is not respawn on kill. We do want to kill at destination. Respawn delay wouldn't matter because we don't respawn. This one is wait on start. Moving platform ID, and then in here... Let's do a time percentage. Or let's say on kill. On destroy. Take objective 2 and start it. Which I believe will start it if it's not started already. We'll start the timeline as long as the moving platform is not destroyed. Let's see how that looks. So that one's waiting, and it will move when this one gets destroyed. Beautiful. This getting destroyed again will not restart this one. Beautiful. But then once that one gets destroyed, which it will do very soon, it will respawn. I didn't tell it to respawn. I forget. I was like, oh yeah, I told it not to respawn. Fix that. Test it again. Okay, now it's respawned, waiting. There we go. That'll work. Okay. So my idea for this wall is to like get the player, prevent the player from moving on it, and we need to like tell them to start doing some platforming up here. And then there's this little hump here I want to be a, like, you can't get over here, you need to jump back on this platform and then ride it to the end and then jump somewhere else, is my thinking. I don't know how this is gonna look yet, so we're just gonna have to wing it. Play it by ear. But we could do something like this. Where's a crystal I can use? And we can make these irradiated if we want to. A little bit of fun. Oh, you know what? Instead of using the static one, I'll use some timed platforms. Even better. Not climbable. Reverse step off. Platform timer. Let's do 3 seconds. Movement minus 100 on the Z. Is that what I used for the other ones? Minus 50. Let's do some radiation. So I jump from there. Jump down to here. We'll get the player back up. And then I want to go climb up to the top, jump off, back onto the platform for like a few brief seconds, and then back up somewhere else because it's going to block you again. I think this would have to be larger. Yeah, that could be nasty. You know, it's nice working on a game where it's like, yeah, my objective is to piss the player off. Hey, Solzano. Been a while. How's life going? Life is going great. Sorry, I'm typing with somebody on the other screen. I apologize. Bit of an important matter. You see me looking away, that's what I'm doing. Let's see if we can jump from... Let's see if we can just get to that third crystal right now, or if the jumps are a little bit too long. They look doable, though. I don't want them to feel impossible, just challenging. I overshot it. What a beautiful moment of complete stupidity. I forgot I let it get that close. It'd be kind of fun if the way to get to this one that falls is to jump back across this one. But we'll save that for a different level. We'll have plenty of ideas. Yeah, I mean, that seems a little bit too high up. Even if it is doable, I don't think it's a little bit too hard. Same with this one. We could move these both down a bit. it possible to skip that platform entirely and just jump over to the other crystal? Oh yeah. A little bit risky though. Speedrunners will do it. You know, you gotta have those cool moments. Little time skips here and there. Okay, so let's pull the player up on top of here. Is what I want to do. We're gonna make it impossible for them to get back around to this side. But like anything we do here would just be easy to... Okay, maybe we do this. Maybe we do this instead. You'll have to jump, you have to fall down on there and then immediately crouch. Where's my mannequin? If we pull the player maybe about here, it should force them to have to crouch. That's my thinking, at least. Well, let's put this up to 5. 5, let's make this a bit smaller. I don't think the player has enough air control to do like a current like jump around an object and like get into an alcove unless there was significant amount of time while falling to get back in. So we'll save that for a little bit later because this is not meant to be the most challenging level. Definitely not. So we'll save the super challenging sections for some future stuff. Right now we can keep it kind of chill. But I do like getting the player on these little bits here. And you'll fall right near the edge. Let's try this. Might be too high up though. Or maybe not. Maybe not. We could prevent the player from explicitly jumping there sooner by doing something like this. That's pretty nasty. I'm getting really mean today, aren't I? I think the players are gonna like it. Had a question for extending from an initial game idea. Yeah. How do you go about assessing what core systems need to exist for your game that you can then further elaborate on and iterate towards? Example, your game needs a UI, as any good game does. A world that maybe has loot, interactable objects, player characters, NPCs. I'd like to be better at planning things out before blindly developing. Let me know if my question didn't make much sense. No, it makes a lot of sense. Pillars. I believe every good game should start with defining not only who is it for, but what are we trying to make? What's the most important aspects to our game? And from there, you can start to determine, okay, if we know, I don't know, maybe your game is like really choice driven, right? And so it's like, okay, talking to NPCs is the most important. And making choices, because that's like the core of the gameplay, is then having those outcomes based on choices. You would want to develop your NPCs pretty damn fast, and like a dialogue system. Or maybe you have like randomized loot, and, you know, think of like Borderlands guns. You'd probably want to prototype Borderlands gun spawning and all of the different gun types before you put anything else in the room. You don't even need art for it. You just need it to shoot projectiles that do different things, do fun things, and randomly generate the cool combinations, because that's the core of your experience, is like having those cool guns and maybe having enemies too. So it's like, you know, find what is the most important to your game. Fuck everything else, focus only on that, ignore anything that distracts you or that is like flavor. For us, the final art is flavor. It's important, but we don't need to have that to test whether or not our platforming is fun. What's really core to us is like character, controls, and camera. So we've spent a lot of time in the last 30 days of development to ensure that we have really good mantling tech, and our camera feels good, that it's easy to control the character, and the frustration of the game comes from the level design, not from actually performing the platforming. Is that more so assess whether it functions, or more to see if it's fun? Both. Because if you can't make the game that you want to make, then you're going to get stuck at some point. If you don't have like the technological skills, or you don't know how to optimize something or handle some complex system, you will eventually get stuck. So like a good pre-production is about not only determining, is this game fun, but can we actually make this game? I'll pull up one of my internal documentations on that. Some old stuff here, but generally, at the end of the first playable, in order to pass the stage, we must agree that the first playable achieves the following questions. Does the first playable realize the gameplay loop? Is the first playable fun, and does it achieve the intention of the game idea? Does the first playable respect its pillars? Have we resolved enough unknowns that each team leader would feel confident moving on to the vertical slice? And do we still believe this game is marketable? And if any of those are unsuccessfully passed, then we don't move on to the next, massive milestone, right? We stay in first playable, and we determine, can we fix those things, or should we say that this game idea was not as fun as we thought it would be, and just find a different game idea. And I have questions like that for all, stages. Same with like vertical slice. Is another important one, of course. Are all intended feature systems present in the vertical slice? Are all assets and features at a level of quality that could be released? Can the vertical slice be played without progression blocking bugs or crashes? Are all pipelines well documented and thorough enough to accurately budget time / developers for the rest of production? Does the vertical slice capture and build upon the fun that was present in the first playable? For me, I always have those things in mind, and if any of those fail, then we can't move on to the next stage. And for me, these first two stages are the most important. If you fail your pre-production, if you fail your vertical slice, your alpha, your beta are pointless. Fuck it. Is it a document that would be publicly shareable, or is it strictly for internal use? This looks great. It is shareable. I do need to fix up a couple of things. There's a few things I need to go by because I haven't touched this in like a year. Come by next week, it'll be ready, and I can print you off a PDF for it. I've had some problems at certain companies who I believe failed their pre-production and treated it more as a date in the calendar than as a set of criteria that needed to be passed. And so I spent a lot of time and talked to a lot of producers and tried to develop a combination of their methodologies and ways that they assess level of quality to build our own internal criteria and questions that we ask. And by having those written down, I feel like we at least we have no excuse not to ask them. We have no excuse. And with a combination of good transparency, good communication in a company, and making sure that people can be honest at all times, I do believe that we can match that. No alpha or beta? No, we would have an alpha beta, but if you fail at your pre-production, treat it as like a date in the calendar. Oh, it's February 19th, that's when our first playable is done, our pre-production is done. It's like, okay, but are we actually ready to start working on our vertical slice? Do we actually have all of the tooling set up, or did we figure out our unknowns? Do we have any idea how we're going to do our dialogue system? Is there anything major that is just such a big question mark that we need to figure out how we do it now, so that vertical slice is just filling in those blanks and then writing up documentation for it? Because if you don't have a proper pre-production, you're probably not going to have a proper vertical slice. And if you don't have a proper vertical slice, you will still be making features, you will still be working on tooling, you will have to do a lot of refactoring to levels and code in alpha. Whereas alpha should really just be getting the baseline level of content throughout the rest of the game in exactly the spots that you have it documented and know that it should be there. And then beta is actually finalizing that pass, polishing it off up towards your release. No, money's not infinite and you have a deadline. But that's why it's so important not to incur more technical debt than you can stomach. There was a really good code architect who I went to a talk to, and he said every single thing that you do in the game incurs debt. Every single thing you do. It's just a question of whether or not you need to pay it off, when you need to pay it off, and how long it's going to take to pay it off. So you need to make very deliberate early architectural decisions, not just to code, but also to the design of your game and to the scope, to ensure that your pre-production, which it's okay if your pre-production takes a bit longer than you might think, because ultimately it's meant to save you time in alpha and beta. Vertical slice is really tough because you're finding how high can we shoot, how far can we aim, how, which stars can we grab onto here and say, here's our really good looking art, here's our really polished feeling, mechanic or something, although polish can come a little bit later, but I digress. And then when you have your vertical slice, when you have your Witcher 3 White Orchard map, which is a really good example of a good vertical slice here, you have your 4 to 5 hours of demo gameplay at a quality that you would be happy releasing at, with the assets that you would release with. Then alpha and beta are just, okay, well, we know what we need to do, we know what it needs to look like. It's kind of boring, but it's better to have a boring alpha than one where it's so stress-filled because you are still, figuring out your gameplay loop, or fixing core bugs, or creating your tooling. You should not be doing that in alpha. You do that in pre-production and vertical slice. Up to that point, if that makes sense. So that's why I have very strict requirements for pre-production, and I'm more interested in spending the time that we need in pre-production to resolve the unknowns, to make vertical slice easy, which will then make alpha and beta boring and expected. And that's the best that you can have for a game, for the development, is boring and expected. Or as much of it as possible. I don't like how that pushes. I'll move that up a little bit. I don't want the player to jump from here, but I think you probably could. Just move it up a little bit. So I make my game, even though not all high-level gameplay ideas are even close to being finalized. Core framework is in your production quality, even though it's a bit of overkill. I mean, like, here's the thing. You're right, where if you are okay spending, I don't know, 3 years just refining core architecture, you can do it. But as you mentioned, you have deadlines in most professional settings. And so you can't spend, you know, 3 years in pre-production in a lot of cases. Not saying that you are. Not saying that you are, but rather the generally accepted way of like designing and building the game is to build the most immediate necessary high-level documentation from a game design perspective first, and really just throw like designer, producer, programmer on early pre-production. That's all you need. And rapidly prototype in the most agile way possible. Fuck anything related to tasks, story points, and all this other bullshit. What you're trying to find is what's fun, what's doable, what are our problems, what are our technical issues, as fast as possible. And then extrapolate from that, modifying your pillars as needed, modifying your gameplay loop if needed, modifying your high-level design, and then your designers are going to expand upon that high-level design to find high-level design holes, problems that are going to manifest themselves in much smaller, granular ways as you start to develop the system. Because if you realize, you know, in your alpha, or let's say in your vertical slice, more realistically, that one of your core systems is so broken for the game that it nullifies the rest of it, you're kind of fucked. So writing really good high-level design is hard, even though writing high-level design itself is easy, because it's just like, we want a system where you can barter with NPCs by placing objects on the table, and you can like inspect them, and you know, and based on the qualities of the, you know, materials or enchantments, it's worth more. But it's like, okay, well now make a system out of that. Now make it fun. Now balance it. Now we need UI for that. You know, that's where we start to get granular, and it's easy to say it would be fun if we had XYZ, but creating XYZ can be a mountain, and you know, an Everest level difficulty for some of these features. And it might require that you refactor core framework. So that's why, like, you do the design work first, because rewriting documents is easy. Refactoring core framework, probably not. And then you build up from there. But if you have, like, let's say infinite time, or you're a hobbyist, or you don't have any major deadlines, by all means, do whatever you need to do to make a good core framework. We're kind of doing that with Immersive Sim, right? We have no timeline on the Immersive Sim toolkit, no deadlines whatsoever. So we are okay with just, all right, just refactor this thing. Who cares? Might take 3 years, might take 5 years till we have it done. Fine with us. We'll make other games in the meantime. Especially for the game we're making, it's an immersive sim with many systems that work together, but we did a few prototypes before full commitment. I mean, okay, so yeah, with regards to specifically immersive sims and system-heavy games, a lot of the times you do have that core framework of like actions that all immersive sims are going to have, or at least they're likely to have, and so you don't really need to have all of the high level figured out at that point. But it can help, because then you can find like unique things to put on top of that. Unique ways to express the game's lore, or puzzly sections, you know, because I think immersive sims are all really just about, they're just like glorified puzzle games where action is part of the puzzle too. You can express that in unique ways that go beyond the standard immersive sim. Gotta get your definition on game pillars and gameplay loops. I'd like to hear your outlook on what they are and how you utilize them to stay on track. A gameplay loop is the set of actions and outcomes and the ways that the player is going to interact with the world that leads to progressions and rewards and then feeds back into itself. However, overthinking gameplay loops is a common mistake. A lot of games have very simple gameplay loops. You know, where it's like, oh, play level, earn upgrades, you know, shoot enemies. So it's like player enters room, completes encounter, whether that be fight enemies, do puzzles, gets currency, upgrade materials, upgrades, and then does next level. Like, you know, it's like, that's the gameplay loop. It doesn't have to be too complicated. It sounds simple, but that's because most gameplay loops are simple. I mean, I could show you some good examples. Yeah, there's a Tim Kaine one on pillars. Pillars are definitely more complicated than simple gameplay loops. I can show you one of our gameplay loops. This was for a open world RPG where you talked to NPCs and you made them potions, and depending on the potions or words that you told them, it would change the outcome of their lives, of their stories. Interact with NPC, investigate problems, explore the open world, collect ingredients, make potions, hand potion to NPC, obtain reward, repeat. That is the general gameplay loop. And of course, there are sub elements of that gameplay loop, right? Explore open world is its own sub loop. Where as you're exploring, you are, you know, maybe finding a point of interest, investigating it, obtaining items from that point of interest, moving to the next point of interest. So sometimes you do have to break those down, and that's okay to have sub loops like that. It's just, you know, you should define those somewhere. You take gameplay loop as go from point A to point B, shoot n amount of enemies, go from point B to point A, fun stuff. Yeah, the mission structure of GTA is very simple, but then you have like the exploration part, or like the emergence. It's a sandbox, and sometimes a sandbox game is hard to define the gameplay loop for. You know, it's like, how do you define the gameplay loop of Minecraft? Well, it really is Minecraft. Repeat? You know, it's like, how do you define the gameplay loop of a game like Minecraft? Sometimes, I do think some games are harder to define the gameplay loop of, especially when they rely on emergent gameplay or player-driven goals. You know, another good game would be like RimWorld. You could kind of define a gameplay loop for RimWorld or for Dwarf Fortress, but in a lot of cases, or The Sims, but in a lot of cases, those games and their loops are dependent on what your goals are at any point in time. And the goal of a Sims playthrough can be so widely different. Sometimes it can be to get everybody killed in a neighborhood. And the gameplay loop for that is going to look very different from the gameplay loop of somebody trying to build up a family of, I don't know, a dozen kids. Very different. As for pillars are a little bit harder to define, because pillars are just what is most important and core to your game to express it, things that you do not want to sacrifice, the ways that you want to emphasize gameplay to players in important ways. They don't have to be about marketing. I don't really believe that a game's, like design pillars are always synonymous with the pillars that make it most interesting to market, but they do have a lot of relation onto each other. So your selling points may not be unique, and your selling points may not be your pillars, but there can be some overlap. It just depends on the game. Where's our pitch deck for this? So for instance, we had these selling points for Golden Chronicles: an open-ended alchemy system where you could just make any potion you want, very sandbox nature. Handwritten characters responding differently, not just to the potions you provide, but also to what you say. So that this goes into like the reactivity of the world. Potion-based combat systems, so instead of just giving the potions to NPCs, you also use them in combat. Like, that is your main method of combat. And you can also drink them yourselves to receive the same effects. We had a corruption mechanic that infests biomes and alters ingredients, enemies, dungeons. This is a selling point. And then lastly, a dynamic open world with seasons and weather that change the ingredients available or enemy behavior, change the landscape, all of that. So these are selling points, but these are very different than our pillars, of which we have 3: depth through simplicity, organic progression, and micro-reactivity. And so if we're implementing a new feature or looking at adding something new to the game, let's just say, we want to make sure that it doesn't violate any of these 3 pillars and, I don't know, make some really deep system that is complex, like some spreadsheet level complexity. This would violate depth through simplicity, and it would stand out among the other features in a negative way in a lot of cases, because it wouldn't be catering to the market that we're trying to market our game to. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. I know I was rambling a bit there. Is gameplay loop that hard to figure out? I think it's one of the easier things since there's so many examples. Yes and no. It's easy to make a gameplay loop. Some people overthink it. But I would argue that your gameplay loop is not always that important. I don't know, it's like, it's not hard to figure out what you would do with a game. You know, it's like, okay, our game is about entering levels and shooting enemies. And when you shoot enemies, they drop coins, which you can use to buy upgrades between levels. I mean, you just described your gameplay loop. It isn't, you know, rocket science, but having it written down can at least allow you to kind of high level visualize where you might be able to add things or remove things that seem to be hurting the flow. Because that the gameplay loop is a way to visualize the flow that the player is taking. At least Minecraft was developed with the gameplay loop in mind. Notch wanted to make RGP game early on, but the game got stuck in development hell basically and then sold, so true gameplay loop is never defined. But I think that's okay. I don't think every game needs some super explicitly defined loop, especially sandbox games. Define the gameplay loop of Gmod. Go ahead and let me know when you do, because I certainly can't define it. It's not like a stuck infinite fractal nature of the concept. You might come up with a high level idea and constantly zoom in closer until you basically have moment-to-moment description of the game. Yeah, and you could do that. But I think that from like a high level, you definitely shouldn't get stuck too deeply in it. But then you could, you know, zoom into the sub loop of exploring the open world. It's like, okay, what does the player do in the open world? Because exploration is an activity. It is not a selling point. It is not a feature. You have a big open world to explore. What do you have to discover? And discovery is the reward of exploration. So, you know, I kind of cringe whenever I see games that say we have a big open world to explore. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's what an open world is. What am I actually discovering? And it's like, oh, it's bland points of interest that are, you know, labeled by question marks in the map. Okay. You know, wake me up in 5 years when a different game comes out. Yeah, place a bunch of question marks. Discovery is the reward. Discovery is the reward. One of the things I made here was an activities page in our pitch deck of like, what is the player actually doing in this game? Fishing, farming, dungeons, puzzles, HUD upgrades, potion combat. These are all things that are separate to the kind of super core loop of talking to NPCs and making potions for them. And the reason why I asked about gameplay loops is because the gameplay loop usually sounds so simple in a sentence. It does. Especially if it's already a tested formula. Kill boss, get loot currency, get stronger, kill boss, like the one you mentioned earlier, which makes me trivialize. One needs to be done in my head, then it leaves me wondering, it can't be it, can it? I mean, you're right. Number one, it does sound trivial, which is why to me a gameplay loop is like, it's so easy to establish that you should just do it. But you should be more thinking about like who is your game for? Like, what are you trying to make that hasn't existed before? And that could be some combination. Again, unique selling points are not necessarily things that your game explicitly does unique that no other game does. It can be a unique combination of things that other games have already done. You know, there's nothing new about doing open world stuff, right? Nothing new about fishing or farming in our game, or puzzles. But because it all surrounds potions, and you don't have sword and shield, you don't have a bow and arrow, you know, this is the unique selling point, is that you are an alchemist and everything you do is based around the potions you make. And it is a sandbox game where the potions you make are the ones that you throw, that you use in combat, that you give to NPCs, blah, 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 blah. Drink so much cola? That's right, I do, and I need to stop because it's expensive. You know, think of it this way, like the core gameplay of this big open world RPG is literally just collect ingredients, brew potions, aid or sabotage characters. Like that's the core. And then it's like, okay, do we need to add anything onto this? Well, no, because this game, as defined in this one slide, is perfectly sellable. Perfectly sellable. That can be the only thing that the game is. However, you know, you have this open world. You could remove the open world and just have you growing seeds and whatnot, but then it becomes a shopkeeping game. In order to really set it apart, we wanted to have this open world with different activities to do and make it a bit more of a life sim. This, of course, adds scope, but everything you see here is actual gameplay, so we did make it. And, you know, we needed to find one of the things that helps me a lot, and it might help you too, are gameplay percentages. How much of what percentage of the time of the player playing this game is spent doing action X, Y, Z? This helps you focus on...
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
This helps you focus on the parts of the game that are super crucial to defining and emphasizing. For us, I don't know if I put it in the... I did put it here. So our main 3 activities were alchemy, open world activities, and talking with NPCs. And I clearly defined that I only want alchemy, for instance, to take 15% of your gameplay time, roughly speaking. So if we over-design alchemy, then the player is only experiencing alchemy, and they barely have enough time for the other activities in the game. So by thinking in that way, we can say, okay, well, let's make it a bit simpler. Let's not add too much complexity to it, especially because that violates our pillar for depth through simplicity. And let's make sure that we have enough open world activities to push that percentage up to 55%. You know, it's just about finding the balance, finding the flow, constantly playtesting, constantly getting validation or invalidation of your experiences and fun, and just iterating. That's why pre-production takes so long. That's why it's hard for, you know, to plan for. That's why a lot of people in managerial positions in companies don't like pre-production, because it's chaotic and it's unstructured. But there are methodologies to it that make it more focused and easier, but it takes a lot of experience to be able to say, you know, right now, fuck art. I don't need art to test if our gameplay is fun. Waste of time. I don't need animations. I don't need sounds. I don't need any of that. What I need is a blockout. And, you know, it took us, I don't know, what was it, like a week and a half to block out what is the equivalent of 30 minutes for speedrunners, but about 4 hours for people who aren't speedrunners, depending on how much you die. It's more than enough gameplay to test out for right now. And we can test all of the mechanics that we plan to make, mostly all of them, in this one level. And we're just going to keep iterating on that, adding in the mechanics, seeing how they feel before we add any art or do anything that if we had to refactor it, it would take a lot of time. I know. I know it sounds. Probably making it sound easier than it is. But it is. It's just experience. You have to fail. You have to fail. Used to be a big Fallout fan, then 76 made like 50% of the gameplay inventory management and ruined it. I'll tell you what. I think 76 is in many ways a better game than Fallout 4. Because it took a lot of the things that Fallout 4 added and made them actually necessary to do in 76. Like base management. Like collecting scrap. But yeah, build gameplay first. Fuck visuals. There's a reason why they only put designer, producer, programmer on early pre-production. That's all you should be thinking about. Have a vision, defend it. People are going to come to you, they're going to say things that don't fit your vision, they're going to distract you, they're going to say, I don't like this part of the game, can you make it feel better? You need to constantly have the exact vision in your mind, be unwavering with it, unless a better idea comes along, and learn to say no to yourself and to others, to defend good ideas from bad ones. You're trying to fill a niche. You can't make a game for everybody. It's never going to happen. It's never going to work. Yeah, don't lose the vision. Don't lose the vision. There's a reason why people who, like, good designers and good game directors will be a bit of an asshole to deal with. They should be. Maybe asshole isn't the right term, but they need to be defensive. Very, very defensive. They're there to protect the game's vision and the team from unnecessary scope creep and ideas that will come in from players, from family members, from members of the public, from publishers, from investors. All of these places are just bombarding with ideas, and you need to just be able to say, no, that doesn't fit our game. Nope. Adds too much scope. Yeah, multiplayer would be fun if I had more time. But we have enough of a challenge. Fuck that. There's never a lack of ideas, this is true, and nobody in this industry gets paid for having ideas. There is no ideas person. Game designers certainly aren't ideas people. Anybody who says that they are is lying to you. Or stupid. Those kind of go hand in hand, don't they? Game mentioned the importance on the feel of the game, movement, mantling. Let's say you were at a point where you established that it's fun. What were your next steps? That's a good question. Ensure that I have the tooling and architecture needed to expand out the gameplay further. And then I would start on a lot of back-end systems, input, saving and loading, you know, things that are often overlooked, sounds, handling music, when it should play, how often it should play. You know, you need to make a whole manager for that. Well, we don't want to repeat the same song twice in a row, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like all these like back-end systems that were not needed to test if the game is fun, but are going to be needed to release the game. You know, it's like what you go from, okay, my pre-production looks like this. I have in my mind what the end game should look like. My vertical slice, the way that I define a vertical slice is very simple. Release quality assets, production ready pipelines, and documentation. And that's a very, very, very hard and sometimes very expensive hurdle to reach. It is not easy to make a good vertical slice, and it's often going to cost you money to make it. That's just the reality of dev. You know, it's easy to make some prototypes, it's easy to go into pre-production, but you are really just kind of finishing your game, but only up to a certain level of content for your vertical slice. But then if you do that properly, then it's just scaling outwards and not really upwards, right? Vertical slice is building the height to the cake. Building out the rest of the cake is expanding in that pie. Having an idea is the easy part. It is very easy. And everybody has ideas. And if you are a game designer in the industry, your job is not to have ideas. It is to filter, sort, blueprint, communicate, and constantly think about those ideas. Unfortunately, though, there are a lot of egotistical designers out there that like to hoard that and think they have a monopoly. Boy, howdy, have I seen that one a lot. I'll tell you that. I don't want the player to be able to jump from here. Search for gameplay loop is fun, then use the rest flavor, so to speak, that you prioritize in a sensible manner. Generally, yes, but not just establishing if your gameplay loop is fun, but if you can actually make your game. There are an awful lot of extra costs associated, a lot of hidden costs, and you might be able to make your game. Can you market your game? Most of the time, the answer is no. Do you know how to release your game? Do you know actually how to get your game on Steam with all of the required materials, which is, it's a lot of materials, and info, and then have it actually have a release date? To rectify one thing you said, there are people who are only ideas guys in the industry, mostly in the AAA. It's usually the people who fuck games up. I think that people can sometimes see game directors as ideas guys, and I don't disagree that sometimes there are game directors who are not as competent as they should be. But I wouldn't agree that all game directors are more ideas guys. They're usually the people in charge of it and they look like ideas guys, but behind the scenes they'll have 10 to 20 years of experience, and they've earned that. And they know the terminology, they know the lingo, they know a lot of the pitfalls. But I don't disagree that not every game director is going to be perfect. What do you mean by materials required for a game to be released? Mentioned that sometimes a game cannot be created when establishing the gameplay loop. Why would that be? Materials like marketing materials, key art. There's very specific specifications for the art that goes on a Steam page. Are you going to localize? Do you want to localize achievements? Do you have achievements? You need to implement Steam API. It's just, there's a lot of requirements there. Do you say that you have controller support? Well, they will verify that. Do you say that you have XYZ? They will verify that. And if they don't verify that correctly, they will not pass your build from, to allow it to go on Steam. Or to have a public page, I should say. That's just because I worked with people like that and working in companies who are just like that. I know what you mean, though. I 100% agree with you. There are a lot of bad game directors who are more ideas guys than actual competence. But the job itself of a game director, ideally, of course, we love our ideals in the game industry because we don't have any. But the ideal game director is extremely competent in most forms of development, at least to the point that they can effectively communicate with all departments in the game. But I agree that that's not common. Because it requires that somebody actually sat down and learned that, which isn't... Most people are specialists in the industry. Most are specialists. And never have the opportunity or time to learn other people's jobs. Sadly. You guys are really getting me rambling today. Also, yeah, let me answer the second part of that. Sometimes a game can't be created when establishing the gameplay loop. You you will not be able to resolve every single problem in your game. Guarantee. Unless you spend like the next 30 years learning everything about game dev, you will likely not be able to do everything that you want to do for some massive game. Depends on the scope, of course, and what you're trying to achieve. So you will need to learn, better to learn early, fail fast, fail early. That's something that you had wanted to implement is not going to be possible to do. And it's like, yeah, seeing if something is fun and being able to actually execute that feature are two very different things. And I would even argue that finishing that feature is a third requirement. Balancing the feature is a fourth requirement. It's easy to make some fun small loop. Can you really make it fun enough to support 20 hours of gameplay? In a lot of cases, no. Look at Darkest Dungeon. I worked on that game. Was that game fun for the number of hours that it required you to beat a mission? Or for, you know, to beat the game as a whole? No, probably because it lacked enough variety. Too much grinding. That's subjective, of course. It is subjective. What game? Darkest Dungeon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Thanks, Jeff. And sometimes you're better off just shortening your game to keep the gameplay loop fun than trying to shove in 50 hours of content because you want it to be 50 hours in length. What if you could actually jump from here?
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
Angel piece there. It's a shame, but that's what it feels like. Maybe it's due to them pretending to sound more than what they're capable of. Yeah, a lot of people do that. People so fool themselves and believe their idea is good when it's not. That's also a very common pitfall for game designers. Been there, done that. Then to not take criticism and change it for the better is where it really hurts for the devs for moving forward. It's a very hard balance to have a vision and adhere to it, and also listen to the community. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but rather, if you listen to the community too much, you lose your vision. If you follow your vision too much, you do sacrifice not appealing to a large enough niche to make the game more successful than it currently is. I don't think there's any formula or advice that I could give to finding that. It is entirely dependent on the game, on the situation, on the time, on the market, on the people playing it, on their problems. So many factors. There's no way to guarantee that. Your game, when you say this is fun enough to be marketable, I think that in a precision platformer, for me, the most important aspects are making fun levels and making an interesting character controller that has its quirks but is learnable, and then making repetitive, or I'm sorry, not repetitive. A lot of it's level design. A lot of it is level design where if you're going to cater to the people that like to optimize, that like to speedrun, you need to have things that they traditionally look for in a game, which are skill checks, time skips, ways to optimize, ways to manipulate the character or mechanics in a beneficial way. But also I'm trying to appeal to a more casual audience, so I need to not put exclusive activities that a casual player couldn't enjoy, but rather find ways to create the same general game with optional objectives or gameplay options that allow you to cater the gameplay to what you're looking for. So I don't think a precision platformer is necessarily a massive game design challenge, but it is from a level design perspective. I'm learning that for the first time because I've never made a game in this genre. Balance listening to community, it's a hard thing. I mean, if you think of it in business, for any profession, it plays the same way. Agree. Customers are not always right, but goddamn, if you ignore stuff that are critical for success, then damn, you're cooked. Hard balance. If you ever find a way to guarantee success with that, let me know. I have yet to do so. So for now, I do have a lot of things I could do better, but I still have to prioritize other things. I'll read something out that I sent to some friends today. I had some friends who are looking to get into indie development. I know I'm cynical. I know that I am not always the most optimistic about this industry, but I've just been here long enough that the light has left my eyes. There's no illusions anymore. I understand it to a point where I still love what I do. I love game development. I love gaming. But I'm going to follow my ideals and values and not capitulate to the bullshit that this industry wants to try and achieve. So I said this. You have like two routes of starting your own studio. You either successfully build a prototype, which is not a full game, and then you have to correctly produce it. Most studios fail to make a successful prototype, and most that do will fail to make a proper production plan. Do you really truly feel more competent to do so alone? Most can't because it requires good knowledge of nearly every facet of development, not just your specialty. You can then take that miraculously made prototype, production plan, milestone plan, pitch deck, GDD, budget, staffing plan, and business plan, take them and reach out to publishers who will use any flaw to not fund you. They see hundreds of pitches per quarter. Yours won't be better than others. Even if you do get funding, enjoy your shitty terms that keep you suckling at the tit of publisher contracts for the rest of your existence unless you're one of the lucky few in the world. You can try reaching out to investors, at least they don't care about the game and only the business. But do you actually know how to run a business? Probably not, and you probably don't want to. You're just a game developer, right? How hard could it be having to manage a workforce, hiring people, dealing with legal paperwork, paying everyone correctly, securing funds? Oh wait, now you're not developing. Possibility 2. You stay indie, running on scraps and dreams. Most indie developers never get past prototyping. Most that do will never make a vertical slice. Most that make a vertical slice will barely have something more functional within 1 to 2 years. Are you really capable of finishing a game? Are you really capable of doing absolutely everything with minimal or no support? Do you know how to integrate external plugins, make systems internally communicate, optimize your code, add and manage sounds and music, create menus and gamepad support on UI, localize your game and not have it destroy your HUD, test various hardware setups, create key art, market effectively, reach out to content creators, etc. You're just a designer, coder, artist. You'll focus on that. Wrong. You'll focus on everything, and what you're actually good at or specialized in, you'll have 5 to 10% of your time to do that, and not nearly as well as on a larger team. You will be sacrificing more deep, specialized knowledge in favor of skills that may make you more valuable in some teams and not to others. Best case scenario, you end up 1 out of the 20,000 releases per year on Steam and make a fraction of what it costs you in man hours to produce the game. Or you get lucky, yes lucky, and make a small profit, giving you just enough to do all that again, but not enough to live some extravagant life of luxury. Is that a little bit too much of a doomer take? I think I'm more accurate than inaccurate on that. An interesting quote. I agree. I hate that it's right. I really do. I hate it. I'm not going to sell my soul off, but if to be successful in game dev, you have to sell your soul, add microtransactions, and add toxic features that manipulate people's psychologies, I would rather die a loser. How am I funded? Hopes and dreams. Hopes and dreams, baby. Sorry, I didn't read some of your stuff. Haven't a deeper course mathematical formulas that I haven't created yet. Basically need to learn a bunch of economics mathematics and figure out which equations could be ported / used in population dynamics, biometry. Learn Python to be able to use Godot, but economics just runs off so many assumptions. That sounds pretty cool though. What's your idea, Jim? If you don't mind sharing, you don't have to though. Market is always changing, but history often repeats itself. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend trend chasing if you're a game dev. I'm sorry, but the number of people that succeed at trend chasing is a small minority. You know, if what you're trying to make is currently the trend, what you love to make is currently the trend, go for it. But a lot of people market trend or chase trends in order to try and make a quick buck, but they don't really have any passion in what they're making, and people feel that. I just wouldn't recommend doing it. It's not worth chasing trend. Like this in every field, if you want to create your own company, you have a lot of responsibilities and you won't always do what you're expert in, especially when you're not alone anymore. I miss when I was just a game designer and I could spend 100% of my time designing games. I made better design. I was able to make more design. I can't do that anymore. Because I have, like I said in that quote, 5 to 10% of my time is spent designing now. Because somebody has to do the rest of it. And there's only like 2 or 3 of us that can work on this project. So I just have to choose a game that is easier to design and learn the rest of it. How does Nanite work? How does Lumen work? How do I optimize those? Who's going to learn that? Oh, it's going to be me. Open to volunteers? Potentially, but I don't have time to manage many people. I apologize. It's nothing personal, but if I'm now having to manage other people and create stricter production plans or write up more documentation, I then have less time to develop, and therefore our game doesn't really get made. Ever witnessed an optimized Unreal game? It can be done. It can absolutely be done. You just have to analyze where the actual costs are coming from. You know what? Let me start over here. I'm gonna try doing this run through. We need to wait for this to come through this way though. Does it come down to risk and being a capitalist if you don't want to sell your soul? I don't believe that being a capitalist necessitates that you sell your soul. That's more being crony. You can absolutely make a lot of money and follow your passion and be ethical to developers and to gamers. 100%. Yes, you could probably make more being unethical, but you can 100% turn a profit doing things the right way if we want to get moral about it. PSN Raptor bucks. It's all I can afford right now, so you have to live with it. I'll have to fix that clipping problem at some point. I gotta talk to some people about how to fix that. Okay, so this is cool. So we'd have to jump down here. Do we have ample enough? I guess you could see it like, hey, it's about to go under. It's going under. It kind of dips up, so yeah, you have enough time to jump on that. But it definitely goes too far into that. We need to move the spline out a bit. 100% doable though. Try there. Oh, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Does an Unreal Engine update usually affect your development, or do you only update if there's a new feature you potentially want to utilize? It can affect things, it can break things, so you do need to be careful. Usually you would do an engine lock, probably sometime during the vertical slice. It gets more and more risky the more that you have in the game. So for right now in pre-production, I will update to new engine versions. mainly for optimizations, not necessarily for new features. I want those juicy nanite and lumen optimizations, primarily lumen. That could work. Here's the term vertical slice slot. Is that more polished version of your initial prototype? I'll show you exactly what it is. Honestly, I can just show the E3 demo because that was primarily from White Orchard. Witcher 3's White Orchard is a perfect example of what a vertical slice should include. You have every single piece of gameplay element here, or at least most pieces, like 95%, in a way that is the fidelity that you would expect, and that you could release this demo as, and people would get a full experience of what the game should feel like. It has two things that I use here: release quality assets, production ready pipelines, and documentation. Those are the two things you need to have at the end of your vertical slice, along with a slice of your cake, vertical slice of your cake that contains all the flavors and layers, just not the whole cake. But the rest of the cake tastes the same, has all the same ingredients. It's just, 90% more cake versus this 10%. And that's why, making this really can cost a lot of money. But you're doing it because you need to verify what this game is actually going to look and feel like. And then you can shove this trailer out to like E3, or, well, nowadays not E3, and see if people like it. And that's your final test. Are people excited? Are people actually wish listing based on this trailer and gameplay? Or demo if you release it publicly. How's it going, Danilito? Didn't say that being a capitalist means selling your soul. Sorry if I misunderstood that. I believe that becoming a capitalist can be a way to avoid compromising your values. What I'm trying to ask is about finding a path that doesn't involve losing what truly matters to you, but saying maybe it comes down to risk. Money makes the world go round. Every business needs money to survive. If you don't have money, you can't pay employees. As a business owner and leader, your number one priority is your employees. End of sentence. Right then and there. But there are multiple avenues to obtaining money. Some easier, some harder, some more ethical, some less ethical. And it really comes down to what you choose to do. And whether or not values untested or values unproven. You can say you have values, but if they're not actually ever tested, if you're not ever pushed to a point where you would have to sacrifice your values for an easy way out, then they're not really your values. And if you just immediately capitulate and give up your values for some easy outcome, you never had those values to begin with. You just like to think that you did. I feel like gaming is more geared towards PC nowadays. Absolutely not. It is mostly mobile. PC is pretty small of a market. Just feels larger. Because probably we're in it. But mobile is where it all is. Mostly the Asian sector. You try implementing Steam Advanced Sessions plugin with Unreal 5.7. It won't work. Checked all forum posts and nothing. Danilito, I think there is a node. Try calling on event begin play the is online node or something, and it seems to initialize Steam sessions. It doesn't. Sometimes it didn't automatically work for me, and I needed to run separate nodes to do that. There is somewhere in one of our Colden Chronicles videos where I enabled that and it wouldn't work. And then I just pulled out a node and it did work, but I can't remember where that is, unfortunately. I do you keep yourself unbiased when asking certain questions? For example, I think my game is fun, but maybe it's the worst thing ever, or this game doesn't seem very fun based on my vertical slice, but the audience ended up loving it. You will always have a bias. You will always have tunnel vision. You should always question whether or not your game is fun. You find your game fun does not mean your game is fun. It means you find your game fun. Know your audience. Test with your audience, not your friends and family. If they're not your core audience, they're not going to give you very good feedback. They can help you find bugs. But, you know, I ask my mom, who can't play platformers, or my wife is an even better one, to tell me if the game is fun. Her answer is always going to be no. You actually need to know your audience and test with your audience. But if you are your core audience, you're still biased. You're still biased. That's too high. In Steam loads, the session creates correctly, it's just that clients can't connect to the host. I can't help you that far. I can't help you that far. I've never done multiplayer. Sorry. I can only help you with getting it initialized, but if it's already initialized, you're exactly where I was. See, that's a bit of a tough jump. Although I guess it would automatically... It would try to move it. I don't know. How do you go about that? Through marketing, essentially? A Steam page, YouTube, gameplay videos, playable demos? Anything. I mean, all those are viable. Having a Steam page up early helps, but you don't want people's first impression of your game to be a bad one. So if you go up too early with something that looks like this, a lot of people are going to see that and be like, okay, I'm not interested in this game. Ignore. There is a good time to go to Steam, and going to it too early is a waste of time. A massive waste of time. I don't know how I feel about this jump here specifically. Maybe I'll aim it down a little bit, make it easier. And never take my word as gospel, okay? Nobody's word is gospel. None of these YouTube gurus about, you know, how to make a game successfully. Oftentimes, they are so busy making videos, they've never actually made a game before. Just always take things with a grain of salt. There is no magic formula for releasing a game successfully or designing a game successfully. If there was, they would have figured it out a long time ago, and every game that we play would be perfectly designed, very fun, marketed beautifully, and sell like hotcakes. Especially Tim Kaine. Most of what Tim Kaine says is correct. That doesn't mean that he's always correct, or that I always agree with him. But he knows what he's talking about. The problem is you can just jump from up here to up here. I don't like that. Or we could just make it thinner. Every new release, everything breaks. I should have learned Unity. Unity is a good engine. It is a good engine. There's no bad engine to use. Mobile games have a formula to farm normies. Mobile games have the formula for making games that monetize. It doesn't necessarily mean that the games are fun. Fortunately, they often just play with people's psychology. Tim Kaine's advice is useless in indie dev. I don't think so. But it isn't structured around indie development, and it's mostly structured around RPGs and immersive sims. Not really any other genre. But when he talks about like certain game design principles and production principles, he's like 95% accurate. It's not perfect, but it is mostly accurate. We need to get the player over to there. Let's have a fun crystal run up and jump. Also, so many different people who want different things. There's no one way to make a game. Yep. No one type of gamer. 100% agree. There's no such thing as good or bad game design, much as many game designers will try to tell you the opposite. You can take pretty much any idea and find a way to make it fun for a specific audience. Let's see how far we can jump from this. And maybe make the player have to aim a little bit to the side or something. Give that a shot. I think I came up with checkers was pretty cool. Hey, honestly, when you mention checkers, I have done a pitch for a strategy game where I specifically said that our game should be as simple as chess, as Risk, you know, other like strategy board games, like even Monopoly. You know, in my opinion, like a good simple strategy game, like Age of Empires, is something that you can learn in like 5 to 10 minutes. But to master it, to truly master it, and to figure out the best methodologies and skills and strategies, that can take a lot of time. That doesn't mean every strategy game needs to be super simple and learnable in 10 minutes, but I have done a pitch where I have used simple strategy games like that as the inspiration. Yeah, Rocket League is a genius idea. It really is. Sometimes the easiest games for people to get into are the ones where it's like, your goal is to get the ball in the net. Oh, so it's like this game that I already know about from real life. Yeah, it's exactly that, but you drive a car. That's it. Yeah, simple design with high skill ceiling. That doesn't mean every game needs to be like that, but that is something that I like to follow personally. Depth through simplicity. Simple game, lots of ways to play it. Not a bad jump. Not meant to be a bad jump, just meant to be a jump. I'll show you a different mechanic that emphasizes that point. Immersive sim. What's key to all immersive sims, or to many of them? Being able to pick up objects. But you can do lots of things with something so simple like this. You can maneuver it. It is physics based, so of course I can glitch it out if I do that because I didn't fix that bug. But I can push this into objects that will apply a physics force. I can place it on top of ledges. You know, these are actions that I can do with this simple mechanic. I can drop it. I can pick it up again if I actually look at it. I can fine-tune its movement to fit it into really small spaces, like with this knife here. I can then toss these objects. And my toss is based on the rotation of the object at the time. So if I wanted to, I accidentally picked that up. I wanted to rotate this in a specific way, maybe like this, or reset its rotation so that it's facing up. I could then toss it just like this. And maybe there's some importance to doing that because it'll fit in a hole easier that I can throw it into. You know, simple actions that have possibilities for emergent gameplay, but then you need to make that emergent gameplay. That's not easy to do either. You know, for instance, there is this receptacle here for C4. And I designed it to be able to catch the item. So if I know that that receptacle is there, I can toss the object and have it get slotted in there from a distance. You know, things like that. That's the way that I design. I like depth through simplicity. You pick up the item, you can rotate it, you can throw it. Now we make some fun gameplay out of it. And that's where level design really comes in being creative. We could do a little bit of... Pull this over. Little hot potato jumping from rock to rock. I want the boy to crouch under this, but not be able to jump up on top of it. Too high to crouch. That might be easy to jump between though. Or just over to there. I can fix that though. I'm okay if there's like some little time skips if you're really good with your jumps. But I like offering that easier option too. Although I don't know if this is specifically the easier option. I don't mind it existing like this though. Because there is that little lip there that if you jump right at the end of it, you're actually going to screw up. I can live with that. Sorry for ranting about the industry, by the way. I've seen too much of it. And it's very angering in some cases. Support indie developers. I can tell you that. Support the developers that are doing the things you want them to do. Support Adobe. I'm just kidding. Don't support Adobe. You know how expensive 3D artists are, like for voxel assets? Depends where you hire them from. Depends on country. For voxel though, I bet it would be more niche, so you might find that 3D voxel artists are probably more expensive, generally speaking, than just like a hard surface 3D modeler. Organic 3D modelers are going to be a bit expensive too. Hard surface are pretty easy to find. Oops. Is there a website to find people like that? Discord. There is a game dev Discord and an art Discord. I know it's not great, but Fiverr, you run the risk of people who are doing some like weird stuff. It's not a bad place. It's not impossible to find good stuff there, but every place has its problems. Yeah, people are expensive, and you'll find that people are more expensive to pay for smaller tasks than to pay them full time, which, you know, makes sense. But you may not need somebody full time. They'll need access to your engine. Yeah, I wouldn't then go on Fiverr. Game jams can be a good way to meet people. Maybe there's like a voxel game jam. You can check itch.io page for it. They have a whole game jam page here. Maybe there's something that matches up and you can find people through that. A lot of these places will have an associated Discord server or something. Usually. Yes. itch.io/jams. Where for your game as assets. It'll be hard to find anything like prefab for voxels, so yeah, you probably need to find somebody who can make that or make it yourself. Well, that should be made with what money? Welcome to Indie Dev. Your budget is $0. Likers. I can only tell you, I think that people are more forgiving of indie devs using AI, but the easier that it becomes to make games with AI, the less value that your AI built game is going to have. And then you're back at square one, where if you had just learned how to do it in the first place, you would be a step above the people who are using AI to do it. Because you actually understand it at a fundamental level. I mean, the thing is, if I did a jump that was backwards like this, I mean, wouldn't it still be possible just to jump to it from like here? Yes. Unless I curved this upwards, which we could do. Not the easiest to do, but it can be doable. To learn fundamentals and use AI, then no issues there. There will be issues. Because anybody can learn fundamentals in a short amount of time. But skill requires practice. And you're not practicing if you're using AI. And yeah, there will be people that will not buy your game specifically because it has it. True too. I wouldn't recommend it. That's just me though. I mean, it's doable. I don't like the angle that this one is at though. Is that too high of an angle to walk on? So I'm gonna lower it by like 5%. Just the block out, so I don't need it looking good. Just functioning. Not gonna be possible to tell in every situation. No, it's not. It's not, but I'll tell you what, if you don't understand the fundamentals of game development, you're not gonna know how to fix a bug. And getting something else to make those core parts of your game does not teach you how to fix those things. It's the same as buying plugins on an asset store. You actually know how this plugin works to the extent that you can bug fix it and get it communicating with the rest of your game. Because if not, you're operating in the same headspace, where you're just adding things that you could have made yourself or tried to understand, and you're running the risk of not being able to understand it enough to fix problems or integrate it with the rest of your game. And people will just downvote those games. You're not going to get anywhere doing shit like that. It's tempting, but I wouldn't recommend it. And those games being fun has less to do with the amount of work that it took to make them. Why should I bother playing something that you couldn't be bothered to make? Well, I'll tell you what, C-Spawn, a calculator does not know what you need to type in order to receive the result that you're looking for. When you're coding and doing mathematical formulas in your code, if you don't know how to mathematically achieve what you're trying to achieve, there's no amount of calculator or compiling that's going to do that for you. So there's, and the game does the calculation at runtime, right? That's the point of the function. So if you don't understand the fundamentals of certain mathematical expressions and formulas, no, you're not going to survive in coding. You're really not. And if you don't understand the overhead cost associated with those formulas, you can't optimize that. Like, okay, great, you just created a solution that bogs down the CPU and bloats up RAM because we're doing this check every tick, just because you didn't realize that we could solve this with a little bit of sine and cosine math. And if the price to develop this game is the cost of a $5 subscription to some bullshit service, then your game does not cost anything. I'll just generate the game myself. Check me to repost my game concept. Yes, please, Jim. When I get back from the bathroom, though. I'm sorry that if I missed that. I apologize. I'm trying to work on my level and read chat at the same time. Sorry about that. Here be. All right, you can post it now, Jim. Not learning fundamentals of anything, just showing you're not taking it seriously. Yeah, I would agree with that. I really would agree with that. Flooded World Trading Economy Simulator, similar to Caravaner 2, Mad Max Waterworld vibes. That's pretty cool. You compiled Caravaner 2's code to see their math and what made it feel better than most. Basically, they rely heavily on economics in static environment. 6 major factors on prices. I want to do something similar, but more focused on population dynamics. Essentially, the raw resources of the game, wood equivalent, food equivalent, are actually bounded by population. So are you looking to make something that's like a, I don't know, isometric 2D or 3D, but like you know, like a management type game? Or would this be like first person, just, you know, so I can get a kind of a mental picture of it? Give me the elevator pitch if you have one. Okay, all we need to do is get the player from here over to here. I mean, part of this section feels a little bit similar to what we do here, but I don't mind that. We're kind of running out of ideas of how to make platforming in lava interesting, which is okay because this is the main level in which we do it. And then it's like the next one is facility, and then we have cryogenic storage, which is actually just blue lava, but let's not talk about that one. Different levels. Different levels. The lava rise? I cannot make the lava rise. I don't want to do any I don't want to do any mechanics that are based around time that would prevent casual players from playing at their own pace. Not that your idea is bad, but it doesn't fit with the goal of what we're trying to make here. How wide is that? I'll make the player fall down a poop chute. Ooh, going underneath. You know what? We could go underneath the lava. Similar to like what we do up here with the, you climb up into the ceiling. And you have like this space up here. We could do one where it's underneath. Especially because if you go along this route, you will not be going up into the ceiling, which means it would be fun to have a section where you go underneath the lava and then pop back up. We haven't done that yet. Bit of a pain to block out, but very doable. Barrels tumbling down a pathway? Yeah, I think... Okay, so there could be some uses of physics. What we would have to do is ensure that they are repeatable and in a way that is formulaic, so that speedrunners can ensure that that's going to happen at the exact same time at the exact same point. All great ideas. We have a few goals that we got to keep in mind with it. Not to diminish the good ideas or dismiss them. Speedrunning can be RNG. I think sometimes some element of RNG is okay in a speedrun, but I disagree that about it kind of at a fundamental level. The point of doing runs with speedruns are to have that guaranteed event happening so that everybody has the same level playing field, and it really comes down to skill and not just, oh, let's keep re-rolling the world or something to get the right seed or spawn of something. I mean, Minecraft, yes, but I think that a lot of Minecraft speedruns use a seed so that it is the exact same spawns of things, at least on like world generation level. But then you have the RNG of like enemy spawns, right? It's understandable in the context of Minecraft, but I don't think every game is going to, you know, we have to get nuanced with that. Hope the boss does the easy routine. Elden Ring speedruns are not very interesting to watch either, because it's mostly just jumping around on torrent. Yeah, I'm gonna steer away from doing too heavy of RNG. There's one thing that's turned on by default, which is randomized flares, but the speed running mode, and you can turn it off separately, does turn that option off so that it has you can put in an input seed, and then all of the solar flares that occur will be based on that seed. Because I imagine that speedrunners will use a predetermined seed for that. And there might be some seeds that are easier, some that are harder. So there might be like a category or a subcategory that is with some really ultra hard seed where all of these solar flares happen to take place at the exact times that you would be traversing in the main tunnel, right? So that you have that really, really hard experience. We shall see. Okay, the only annoying thing is I will have to make more lava meshes. Because unfortunately I'm just using primitives, and it's kind of annoying to make holes with primitives. It'd be easier with brushes. Or with that scythe editor that I'd like to buy and try out. I speedrun random games at GDQ. Pretty cool seeing which games people have like delved into speedrunning and optimizing. GDQ is awesome, but it can be kind of cringe sometimes. However, there are some pretty legendary cringe moments of GDQ that were just absolutely amazing. If you know, you know. I'm not sure what has more history, casting couch in porn or the couch at GDQ. Or donations, yeah, pretty good cringe comps. There are some really good cringe comps. I'm trying to see in that hole and pull it over. Go. We use separate data layers for our blockout. So when it comes time to actually place the correct meshes in, we can just use the blockout as a reference. but place everything in a separate data layer. Make the rest of the work really easily. Okay, that should work. We'll probably need to do that again though to make another hole wherever we pop up, but at least now we can get through the floor. And we can do a little underground section here. Maybe with some really cool like crawling. While there's like lava to the left and right of you. That would look fucking sweet. Doesn't necessarily need to be hard. This probably could be just be more memorable than actually challenging of a little section here. Okay, let's go like this. Not poking up. Oop, they do need to go up higher though. Good enough as long as the player doesn't like get stuck while falling or anything. And we want this to be primarily like a crouch space, but I think we can land the player standing and aim down a bit. And then make the actual crouching part like around here-ish. What determines this layout? Complete, random, in-the-moment feelings. Sometimes it turns out good, sometimes not. But it's generally pretty fast to make, so if I need to go back and fix some things up, not a big deal for me. And eventually we replace this with the proper assets, right? Good enough. Put it at a slight upward angle from there. Or maybe have a straight section first. Then we can angle up. Keep the player crouching throughout. I want some lava on either side. That looks good. We can make it thinner though, just so we can not have to worry about it too much. What's up, Mark? We want to pop up. Let's make a quick pillar here where we want to pop up from. I mean, the player might be able to jump into the hole backwards from up here, unless we create like something over here that then the player can jump onto the platform here from. I don't think that the player can reach. Okay, they probably can. Not that it's that big of a deal if they do. But we'll have it be about there that they reach up from. And then a quick crystal jump over to the actual moving platform there. Okay, so we could do like a little zigzag maybe. I wouldn't mind like 1 or 2 jumps down here. Just enough to feel risky. And then we can create the tunnel upwards. Should work. I definitely think that's too tall right now, though. Yeah, we need to bring this down. I didn't intend to put this here, but I kind of don't hate it. I can work around that little blip being there. Adds good natural lighting anyway. Like, you'd be thinking, like, where the hell do I go from here? You know, I need to get over to this. You can see the hole, you know, it's really good. Like, okay, visually, I need to get to this hole that looks like it pops out of the lava. You're like, ain't no way, bro. We going down. And getting our head stuck here because I made it too high. Too low. Fine, I can fix that. And same there, can be pulled up too. Make sure we have a good head height. It is good. Camera's a bit of a bitch, and your player does get stuck. I need to raise it up a little bit more. All right, how does that look? Doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to kind of not be annoying. Yeah, and here I might do... The lava is right above our heads here. I wanted to do a bit of a jump. It might be hard if we're this high up, though. I don't mind it, though. I could make it just like a little walk. We can make that work. Good old primitives. We want to give the impression that it goes further back. Add some depth to the scene. It's not really the time for level art, but I'm going to do a little bit planning. Play with the perspective just a little bit. That works. We could always put like a building component over here too, with a little bit of careful walking back or something. Be fun. I like the idea. Be a fun place for an audio log too. Or we troll the player and we don't put anything back there. I could pull that corner out more. It's a little bit too precarious. How big are my building components? Because I feel like I could put one back there. They are pretty big though. I could scale it down. It's not going to hurt anything. Wink. Ooh. Yeah, the feet IK can sometimes get a little silly. But I don't do the lava test on feet IK. But it does look really silly. I'll pull it out a little bit more. Most players won't give a shit about that. I always say take a look at like how the Japanese make games. Most of the time they don't focus on things that are like low value fixes just to make the game visually look better. Let things clip. Let some weird stuff happen. It makes for funny moments anyway. You know, content creators playing it and just like screaming their head off because their foot's in the lava. Can't let it get too serious, right? Yeah, we actually do need to put a wall up here. Role-playing potential for the casuals. You're not wrong, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. It is pretty much what it is. I mean, I think that's part of the fun. You know, we're trying to make this casual friendly, and speedrunners aren't going to give a shit. Or a girl who would come up with some RP scenarios during odd moments. I feel like that's a very popular thing for female players to do, as is evidenced by their choice in games too. By and large, they love role-playing. Role-playing and character customization is a great way to bring in a primarily female audience. AIs are designed to avoid typing slurs, right? Not if you use local LLMs. They're very easy to run. Rock can go pretty off the chain too sometimes. Kind of why I like it. Yeah, you can use techniques too. You jailbreak them. As the kids like to say. Oops, made that too big. Lazy hackers are using AIs to brute force passwords, then it's not logical to use slurs and passwords since most people won't account for that in the prompt. If you want your password to be the N-word, nuclear, go for it. safest path. Let's see. Let's see how many people are using the N-word password. I'm gonna type it on the other screen though, just for. This password has been seen 365,558 times. That's how many times this has seen the N-word. Be careful. How far we've fallen as a society. You know, it's one of those things where, am I going to like crucify the people using the N-word as their password? No, but I really want to know who is doing it, because it's more of just one of those like things where they expose themselves. It's like Jim down at the candy store, you know? It's like, all right, I see who you are now. Interesting choice. I know I'm gonna say it out loud. Who do you think uses it more as a password, C-Spawn? I want to get this like here. Probably the white people. Yeah, probably. It's a wild choice for a password, though. I gotta be honest. I don't think it's ever. I don't think I've ever considered using the N-word as my password. And that's probably a good thing. Should see your Steam page? Why is that? I'm gonna put in a little slit here. It like curves around so you can see the... I want the player to be able to get over here, but maybe like see like a dead end. It should feel natural. Not necessarily linear. But not confusing either. They leave comments? On Steam pages? Who does? What, are these just like salty people after playing like a game of CSGO or something? The what? Jesus. Oh, it's after CSGO matches? Well, I mean, name a game more toxic than CSGO. Maybe League of Legends. But, you know, that doesn't run through Steam, so people can't leave comments. Yeah, what are you playing CSGO? Well, that makes sense. I don't even know if it's Europeans as much as it is probably... Well, it could be some Europeans. I'd go a little bit east. Probably who it is. Aussies, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of countries over here that don't associate that word in the same way. Not saying that it's okay to use it, but rather, you know, it wasn't a slur for them growing up. So it's like, you know, you hear kids over here in Poland just saying English swear words, like just dropping F-bombs. Like, you know, young kids in school, but it's like, well, it's not a swear word to them. It's a funny foreign word. That is the same as kurwa, but if they said kurwa, then they would get smacked by their moms. It's kind of similar to that. But there is also genuine racism here in Poland. There are absolutely people that will not want you here if you are of a certain skin color. Now, that doesn't mean that they will be violent against you, but they will think things, and some might say things. I wish it wasn't true. What's great about Dota? Thanks to that diverse fan base, you get all the slurs. Those people are dicks. People are dicks. People are, sadly. Remember when iShowSpeed went to Poland? I do not. I don't know what happened when iShowSpeed went to Poland. That was pretty recent, right? Like last year. I'm pretty sure he did visit Poland, though. Yeah, what happened when he visited? I think Americans are the worst. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that's true. There might be more Americans numbers-wise, and so it appears like that. I mean, this is speculation, but I don't think I've seen as much... I don't think I've seen sentiment like that. Nearly as much from the average American than from some parts of Europe. Chinese, yeah, Chinese are extremely racist. The Japanese and Chinese are not afraid of showing it either. You have one from November that says black, all you need to know. You report these people? No? Okay. I was just curious if, like, if you did report them, does something actually happen? I kind of wish they would auto flag some of that stuff. You grew up playing COD. Eh, I've heard worse than the average lobby, huh? That the guy was part of gang. He was asking for it, not sure what gang. What, into some hooligans? Where they came from? Only the accents? They just randomly just started saying how they hated ends. Like that, random as fuck. That is weird. That is a very weird random conversation to have. Yeah, I think staying away from anybody who just randomly has a conversation about how much they hate insert race here. Probably not the greatest people to be around on average. It had gear on like biker gear. Yeah, fuck people sometimes, huh? Go back to Madden. Okay, that one is pretty funny though. Say what you want. Hate me all you want. That one could be worse at least. Speak it's called the N-word on the regular when visiting some European countries. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a little bit different here. I'm not saying that it's better. It's just different where the hate isn't targeted towards African Americans, but rather primarily Africans or anybody with non-white skin. But of course, as you go south or west, you get less of that just because of the difference in cultures. But as you get easter in Europe, you do get a lot of monocultural countries. And with monoculture comes comes the skin color, because of course people who grew up with the culture are more likely to have that culture still. It's not a skin color thing as much as it is a culture thing that then gets translated onto skin color or becomes about skin color. Still stupid, still unfortunate. I don't think that's just such a simple brawl here. I don't know how to feel about that. Yeah, racism is probably something that we could never really solve as humans. One side gives it, the other side takes it, and then gives it back, and it just keeps fueling and fueling, and then of course something negative might happen, and it fuels those feelings more. I've got people who are pretty much not racist, so it's not like it's possible. No, it says this is true, and I think I don't know what separates somebody from being able to say, okay, well, it's skin color, right? I can understand having nuances or opinions about culture, but skin color is just weird and pointless. There's plenty about other people's cultures that I'm not a fan of, and there's parts of my own culture that I'm not a fan of. But that doesn't mean that it's has anything to do with skin color. You know, somebody's gender can affect the way they think, of course. But there's no evidence to show that the amount of melanin in your skin affects your brain. And therefore, it doesn't affect the way you think or the way you act. You don't get it how loads of non-white friends growing up, US sub base on my doorstep, it was just normal, never thought other races were other races. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, and I don't like talking about it either. To me, culture is more interesting because culture actually has nuances, but skin color doesn't really have nuances. Culture is so cool to me because it's like, yeah, there's no perfect culture in the world, and some things are done better in one place and done worse in another. You know, we could always like try to puzzle piece together a hypothetical perfect culture. That's kind of fun as a brain exercise. But I agree. To me, it's such a boring topic to talk about skin color. Waste of time. was I enjoying the army. I saw more of the world, and it's all crap. Moving to Europe definitely was, I think, a very good decision for me from a perspective point of view. Perspective. You know, you really do just see the world from the other side. Even visiting Japan too was completely different than American or European culture, generally speaking. Oops, I can see that from up there. Let's put a... move this back here. We'll block that off. Education, worldly experience, that's what can change people for the better. I don't know about how much education. I'm a high school dropout, so... No, but education is more than formal, right? Education is also just about what you have learned. Every country has jokes about the next one. Yeah, there's absolutely a lot of hatred for people in Europe. Like, Europe is not a happy family. Much like every state in the US is not a happy family. I'm from Wisconsin. Ask the average Wisconsinite what they think about, like, Minnesota or Illinois. And then go into Minnesota and Illinois and ask what they think about Wisconsin. Sometimes I wish that there were more formal classes about, you know, looking in hindsight, I think that would be really cool if, like, kids in high school or even middle school had the ability to take, I hesitate to say philosophy class, because I don't really have the greatest opinion of a class on philosophy, but I suppose it depends on your teacher. But more just one that, like, delves into morals and ethics, like general humanity, behavioral psychology. Europeans tend to oversimplify the US, and I would say that the US tends to oversimplify Europe. I think it happens to both. The US is simple. It's not hatred, it's more teasing each other. I guess no one takes it seriously. Maybe I kind of misworded that. Or I don't understand it fully yet. This high schooler got some philosophy classes, they wouldn't come out as brain dead. I don't know, I have some bad experiences. I took a debate class in high school. And all I can say is, whatever your opinion on debate, bros, that's kind of what that entire class felt like. It felt like I was being taught how to speak so fast that there was no room for conversation. And that was how you won the argument, was by saying so many individual points that the other team didn't have enough time to argue against each of those points. That was how you won in debate class. Yeah, it was filibustering. It was exactly filibustering. And it was really toxic. I hated the teacher. The teacher was a complete egotistical asshole who thought that he was so much smarter than people. Once I grew up, though, I kind of enjoyed... I just enjoy having conversations. Like, if you guys said, hey, let's spend the next 7 hours on stream just talking about, like, I don't know, one specific topic with deep complexity, I would much prefer that than just, here's 10,000 arguments about why chat's wrong. Now they don't have enough time to respond. I don't know. It's just... modern discourse. Oh, where'd I go? Scots versus English. They stopped the annual football match due to violence. Isn't there similar stuff that happens with, like, the English versus the Irish? Or is that kind of like antiquated hostility. Is there any point? I bet maybe over here you could see behind that. Imperfect. Doesn't need to be, we're just trying to give it like extra depth, right? Make it feel like the room extends beyond what you're looking at. But I do like the claustrophobic feeling that we can get to. Should feel expansive, yet claustrophobic. Dangerous. Good stuff. Not all Scots. My dad never had any beef with the English. A bunch of kings and prime ministers have been Scottish. Colonialism is a factor. I mean, is colonialism really, was that something that could be avoided? I mean, if one country didn't expand, another country would have. Maybe let me rephrase, is it something that could be avoided entirely? I mean, global trade kind of relied upon having set up networks, and then people would naturally, I think, want to move or migrate. I disagree with the hostility or genocidal way in which some of it was done, obviously, as any sane person would. But I'm not sure if it could always be avoided. Like the act itself of expanding. Maybe she jump here. It was pretty low, wasn't it? Oops. Seems to start with the first actual companies like the Dutch East India Company and all that. Yeah, I don't know too much about it. Like, I know of the Dutch East India. You know, stuff like the Silk Road. I think it's too high or too low. I don't necessarily want to be able to jump here. I like the interlude feel of this level, right? Where it's like, this is really, really low risk. Your likelihood of falling and dying in this part of the game is very minimal. So it's almost like a immersive breath of fresh air for a few minutes until you go back up. It's too high to intuitively recognize you need to stay crouched. I mean, you don't need to stay crouched. That's kind of part of it, is that you need to stay crouched back here. We're not going to do any like lava rising, because the lava rising would punish players who are taking it at their own pace. And I want the difficulty of the precision platformer of our game to be from the skill that you have, and not fighting against time necessarily. There are some points where you do have to fight against time, like when you're standing on a platform that will eventually sink, but it's more you'll always have the ability to see the pathways beforehand. Convection a thing? In what context? In an oven? I like convections in an oven. It's kind of peaceful down here, isn't it? Before you immediately go back up to the hellscape of this room. You know, I could just stay down there forever. The lava would cook you even if you're not directly touching it unless you have special equipment. You have a special equipment. You have your exosuit, which protects you. There's literal lava taking over the ground. Well, it's not safe. This is not meant to be a like purposefully designed thing, but rather you escaping after a rock burst has fucked up the entire facility and some of the rooms, collapsing key parts of the structure in an already volcanically active world. Yeah, just put on your lava-proof Nike shoes. Your New Balance. I'll have to make another hole here. So something to collect down there? There is something to collect down here, but this is the route that you would have to go if you are trying to connect back up with the main path after doing the optional objective. Because before there was the ability that you could actually start on the optional objective, but then jump back onto the main path, and it was taking less time than if you did the main path, which I'm not a big fan of, so I'm going to... yeah, we're going to fix that. Right there. And now once you do the main side objective, you either have to connect back up here, which is possible, and go up to the ceiling, or you have this route here. Unsure of which one is technically longer. I mean, for non-speedrunners, it doesn't matter. I guess it's more a question of what's easier. This might be shorter, though, in total time. Ever think about who the first person to do something was? Like, who was the first human to touch lava? There was definitely somebody first. There was definitely someone or some ape at some time in our history that, like, ate lava, licked the lava. And they died, very painfully. And we passed down that information. Don't do that shit. Question is, did the others laugh? I mean, they can laugh, right? Like chimpanzees and stuff. The more I learn about like mammals, marine mammals and primates. And the worse I feel about putting them in zoos. I understand putting, you know, like an animal in a zoo that is hurt, and literally the only way they'll live is in captivity. They can play Minecraft and communicate in sign language. I do not support... No, that's weird, man. You decided to burn weed and inhale the smoke. That's the funny thing, yeah, I don't need to smoke weed to have weed talks. Someone just threw it on the campfire in the cave, I think. The whole tribe gets blasted. Could be. You know, though, humanity's wisdom is like a... Humanity's wisdom is a fading ledger. With new entries being added, and then eventually being forgotten. The debt never repaid, never balanced. Was generally profound. Humanity's wisdom is a fading ledger. I admit that I did make that quote. I didn't make it now, though. I don't want to pretend that I made it in the moment. That is written down somewhere. In a book that will never get written or finished. Because I think it's kind of cringe to write a book about your observations of humanity. Especially when you're only 31 fucking years old. But maybe one day. Yeah, I don't really care about it being a little bit wonky. You just need to get the player up the hole. How much space does the player have in there? A little tight. We can make that work. No, it isn't. It's on Wiki. It's definitely not on Wikipedia. I mean, I'm sure that it's not really anything new, so... Multiple people have probably said similar things or things that pretty much mean the same thing. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that humans don't really learn from their mistakes. Talking about the wisdom? No, it's like history repeats itself, right? Is basically what it's saying here. Different way to say the same thing. That's why the idea is kind of cringe. I do kind of wish it doesn't pop up so much out of the lava, but I'm kind of okay with that because it does give us a chance to just like do a quick crystal jump. AI ain't helping that regurgitated crap the snake is eating itself. I did actually used to write a lot of poetry. I don't anymore though. I kind of miss it. I miss writing as a whole. But I'm very slow, so I tend to write like little lore tidbits as opposed to writing something full. I get too stuck. Quixel Mixer is officially discontinued and now works offline. What is Quixel Mixer? That's not like their material thing, is it? Oh, it is their material maker thing. Substance designer? How does it compare to substance designer? So I would think that you could actually jump from up here down onto there. I don't mind that. All leads to the same place anyway. And honestly, it looks pretty cool if you do this. That's pretty cool. And plus it means that no matter which direction you choose, you can come down here and collect something. If, for instance, we have like an audio log we put down here. Nothing is missable. No fall damage. I don't like the concept of fall damage in a precision platformer. It comes back to the same point of like, I want the difficulty of the game to come from the platforming and skill, not worrying about how high you are when you jump. Kind of takes away from the fun of doing high jumps and having those butt clenching moments of trying to land on a small space. And nah, we won't have any fall damage. Comes with 800 materials royalty free. Damn. It's not a substance design killer. Okay. That's pretty cool. Probably with really good integration and bridging into Unreal too. If I had to guess. Impact Gel. Well, canonically, what is saving you is reactive foam, which we might have some visual effects for. But the general translation is there is no fall damage. That's actually the reason why you're still alive at the start of the game, is because of the reactive foam. When you fall about a couple hundred meters onto your suit's back. Trying to make sure that's a reliable jump. I thought that reading between the lines and combos I had with their head guy was something they were looking at. I haven't seen much in engine yet. Being genuine for like 2 seconds and then I'll go back to being an asshole. I have not read some good news this week from friends, and I can only say I'm very thankful to be able to do what I want on the stream, and I hope that it comes with some financial success. Oh, that can be pushed higher up. Yeah, I like you guys in chat. It's fun to talk about topics with you guys. We don't have to walk around eggshells or anything. Reported. I mean, I have to be careful about some things I say on stream, of course, because we're on Twitch. You can shock your dog, but you can't say certain things. Tone mapper. What is a tone mapper? I hear the term a lot, but I don't know what tone mapping is. I know it feels like it changes the color of things. But that's about the most that I know about it. Let's see how that all feels together. It always takes a long time to make these like underground areas where you're crawling and stuff. But it is fun. Do the whole thing. I guess every graphics technology can be boiled down to it changes the color of things. Kind of true. I fail to see the lie in that statement. For me, whenever I'm placing these moving platforms, it is incredibly crucial that there is no point where it feels like you have no ability to see what's coming or to predict it. So like here, being able to see that this platform moves over here, you can see it from over on this walkway here. There's not really any excuse for a player to say, well, I don't know where it was going to go. Because to me, that doesn't feel fun when I'm playing a precision platformer. not going like super fast, but we're not going slow. But I'd like to get like a rough estimation for how long this takes. The platform. I might want to push that in a little bit more. The IK doesn't freak out. A lot of camera clipping issues here. Fortunate reality of the third person. I mean, it's about 3 minutes, right? Like, if we assume that this is about to go under... Oops, I need to fix that hole. It's about 3 minutes of... to get to the point where you can start jumping on these. Maybe I'll measure it once you get to the... over to there. Which should be about, like, 4 minutes, right? First, the tone mapping function is to map the wide range of high dynamic range colors into low dynamic range to display can up. Bad tone mapping leads to color banding. I mean, wouldn't then tone mapping be something that is just built into like the monitor? Into all software? Or into like the operating system? Because not all displays support HDR. But I guess in the context of games, people refer to it as being the... like a custom modification to the tone mapper to achieve different results. Like, would it be post-processing? Like making everything black and white except for the color red? Correct me where I'm wrong. Oh, 4.5 minutes to get over to here. Okay. 4.5. And that was, we tested from here. That still feels shorter, but... we'd have to count how long it takes to get... We just want these to be roughly equal, or maybe for this to be a little bit longer. To climb from this point up, down, and around. So we know it was like 4.5 minutes from jumping on here. I guess the question is, how long does it take to get from here over to that point then? I know we had kind of tested it before, but I'll do it again. More practice anyway. You can adjust it in the post process, but it runs in the background. I see it being one of those like visual hacks you can do in a game to really give your game a stronger visual identity. I don't know if that's just like guru talk or if there's some legitimacy. Just because, you know, when I think of, oh, we need to change the color, like, oh, well, we just, you know, post-process it, right? Or we bake it into the lighting or the materials or something. Lots of ways to change the color. So for me, when I think of like a tone mapper, it's like, well, what is this? What are the benefits of it? What are the drawbacks? When is a good time to use it? You know, use cases. You can actually jump over to here from there. Saves a little time. It's gonna be about 2 minutes. 2 minutes plus 4.5. That's 6.5. Or 7, because I think it'll take me a little bit longer. Although I don't think that the casual... I'm trying to think of what's the route that speedrunners are going to take. But I don't think speedrunners would take this route because there's no big time skip over this way. So even though it is roughly 2.5 minutes to get here, I think that there's a faster time skip over here. Way faster. I'll try to do it though, and we'll see the timing. So we know that the... Seven and a half. To get to that crystal jump. Be right back. And we'll test the other track. What's up, Ken? Someone discovered a new route. Actually, I discovered a kind of an unintentional time skip that I don't think was very fun, so I've made a new route and removed... So the old way was that when you turned on the generators, you had to platform back to here and then go up here again. I don't mind that. The backtracking, it was kind of fun to have to do that twice. But you were able to jump over into the platforms over here, which was the intentional way to get back onto the main track. But this ended up meaning that you could skip a lot of content by going to do the side objective but not doing it and just jumping up here. And I don't really think that that was a rewarding way to skip time. So I've made a optional route that will get you back on the main track to replace this one, which I think is more interesting. However, I need to test if how long is the current route to get to the same point, which is this platform. And then how long is it to get to that platform with the time skip here, which is very significant. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, you technically have how many ways to get over there? You have 1, 2, 3. You have 3 different ways that you can get over to this platform, which puts you right back on the main track. You have 1 major time skip here. You can always backtrack to here and then jump back on this, though that will be a little bit longer. And now you have this new route that's opened up, which isn't too bad. It's relatively safe, but you could still fuck up. And I might try to implement a time skip here too. So I don't know. Player has options. Player has options, but there's no wrong way. There's no way that you can get stuck. Just you choose the way you want, and eventually you'll hit the main path. The casual, the newbie casual is not. I don't think is going to care which route they take as long as they are doing what they're wanting to do. But the speedrunners will want to find that fastest route. And I'm just trying to anticipate what that might be. But in order to anticipate that, I have to find it. The only problem is the time skip that I want to test here is a very, very difficult one to get right. So what we'll say is that we'll figure out how much time it takes me to get to the start of the time skip. And then once I do that first successful land, I should be able to get the rest of them. But let's at least get the time to that time skip. Because I think it will end up being shorter than 7.5 minutes for sure. About 1:40. And I don't think there's any way in hell that I'm gonna do this successfully the first time. Holy shit, I actually did. I was a little bit faster. I could have hit that at the right time. I was a little bit too slow to time that correctly, but timing is only relevant to when I actually start the testing, so who knows when speedrunners are going to hit this point. But even then, it should still be faster as a whole. Okay, it'll disappear soon. Three minutes under not super optimal conditions to get to that point. Okay, now we know that it was 1:40 to time skip start, so let's continue from there, and we're going to go up the optimal pathway and see how long the full optimal pathway takes. Playing it fastish, but not speedrunner fast. think there's a challenge in this section with the verticality, but you also then have a whole lot of ways to land on something should you fall. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I'm actually good at my own game. Can you believe that? What the fuck? Oh, that was just the crystal. I don't know, there's something chill about this game. I don't know what it is. I actually enjoy playing it, and this is really just not my genre that if you told me, hey, I want you to play a game tonight, I probably would not choose a precision platformer under most circumstances. But something about this is just like, it's punishing, but it's not overly punishing for me. Whoa. And I like that the rooms kind of have themes. Feels kind of like an old school platforming game. Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So 440 for expected route. I'm happy with that. That's exactly what it should be. The optional route, like the one to get to the optional objective, is longer. The time skip is faster than both of these, and the middle is the expected normal route. Gonna lean into the Unreal high fidelity aesthetic. I guess that would be an easy thing to build marketing around. Yes. But we're going with our own sci-fi feel to it. I want to go for like dirty, mechanical sci-fi, not clean, bright, shiny sci-fi. You know, think Alien versus, I don't know, Mass Effect, or the materials feel to it. Alien, not in the sense of retro-futuristic, but rather Alien in the sense that, you know, you go down into like the, hold on, Alien. Let me see if I can find like a, it's just like the dirtiness of it, of like the grimy sci-fi interior. I don't know, grimy sci-fi. Wonderful, thanks for the AI generated image. It should feel like this, but hard sci-fi. Something like this is actually pretty good. Kind of visual feel to it. A lot of pipes, a lot of wires. You know, because we want it to be believable, and they would be transporting liquids and gases everywhere. And this is kind of what the modeling that Rex is doing. I don't know if Rex is here right now, if he's just like lurking. It looks really fucking good. He's doing an amazing job. There will be a lot of natural environment too, like in here, this is very natural. But as we move up into the facility, it will be more structured, built facility. This is where they were doing the most recent excavating and building of facility stuff. So they just didn't have a chance, and there's not really a whole lot you can do in like a big lava pool room like this. Yeah, the timings are great. Timings are really good. We've made the secondary new optional path. I don't think we have any time skips in here though. And I kind of want to add some time skips. Nothing major, but you know, just saving a couple seconds here and there so that for the speedrunning. Okay, wait, there's one thing I need to test because there might not be a point to this. There might not be a point to time skips there because it would be faster to jump from here to here to here, jump back, and then get back on the main route. So there's no way that the speedrunners are going to take this route. That doesn't mean we can't put time skips, but these would be more meant for your average players looking for a little bit more fun. I don't know if I can hit that. A little bit too far out still. I don't want to move this out because then it prevents being able to see this for as long a period as I want the player to see that. But I could. Although I think that if the player could get up there, which they can't, I would just jump to the other purple crystal. And honestly, this route looks more natural than jumping down to that platform there. So while this is doable, although tough, I don't know if I like it. It was close. I'm actually a little surprised that it failed. It definitely shouldn't be. Maybe I'm missing it though slightly. I don't want to give the impression that that is the correct way to do it either, because that is currently way harder than falling on that platform. What if falling at high speeds breaks your ledge grab and we have to spend 3 more days debugging? 3 days debugging would not be that bad. 3 weeks debugging would be pretty nasty. We run it every tick, so you will naturally have more ticks the more FPS you get. But I want to design everything around the usage of VSync, and minimum specs should be able to play this game at 60 FPS. We designed it around that. Any more FPS you get, if you want it, it's only going to improve the accuracy. That's nothing new though. A lot of speedrunning games have you like capping FPS glitchless to ensure fair play. Glitchless though, they can do whatever the fuck they want. Or not, I'm sorry, not glitchless, but glitched. Any percent. I don't know, man. It just feels so. It feels a little bit too hard. And again, I kind of get the sense in my mind that when a player is going to jump up here, this might be the first thing that they think about. And I don't want the first thing that they think about to be this ultra hard jump. That feels unfair, but you don't know that a simpler route exists. It's not impossible, though. It's not a bad jump, I just don't like where it's placed. Because at least if the player gets up here and they have no other option, they're going to be thinking, well, I don't understand. Where do I go from here? You know, I look this way. Well, that's obviously not the way forward. I can see platforms this way, so I know that I probably need to go this way. And I can see some stuff under there. They might stupidly try to jump and slide down, but I'm hoping that they're gonna notice this down here. Though I don't really have any indication of it, do I? We could always accomplish that through like some materials, some extra crystals that lead down. That could be done. Crystal could look nice. Let's delete this then. I'm not going to have this. But we can do that so it's like bright, and your first inclination hopefully is just to like, you know, your eyes kind of get pulled downwards. We'll see. We need to get testers on this new route. So I will be making a build tonight. And if anyone hasn't played in a while, we do have that new camera. We have improvements to mantling. We have our hazards and our restoration stations. A lot of fun new goodies. It is sneaky though. People are gonna fail at crouching there. Stream it too? That would be lovely, Paxian. And I hope you have a better experience than the previous time. Where I know there was still some glitches going on. Yeah, this feels pretty good. Those jumps are a little bit tough. Oh yeah, we wanted to fix this too. Pull it out a little bit. Should be better. Alright, I made these glowing, which means that they should be radioactive. But I don't like them all being radioactive. Not really a fan of that. I will make some of them radioactive. Not these ones. I have to get through as much content as possible without getting stuck with one obstacle costing me a few minutes. If there are any like that, really, like, yes, a jump should or could be difficult. It should never though be because of like the mantling code fucking up. Like if you really position your body in front of that and it fails, that's an issue. If you get your body, you know, if you can't get your body in front of it and it's just like maybe a jump feels too hard, yeah, I can always take a look at it because I don't want you to get so far in this level that there's just one jump that feels like you have to do it so perfectly. Yes, for speedrunners, no for the general pathway. General pathway should be generally doable. Yeah, so if there's anything like that, I will 100% know. Or want to know. How you doing, Denick? And I'm gonna bring my battery, because tomorrow I'm going into Krakow. I have a lot of time tomorrow to like just fuck around. I'm gonna try to draw up our logo, and if there's any recordings of people who play this, I will 100% watch those and make notes. So if you end up playing it today and give me a recording before tomorrow, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be on the train for an hour, so I'm not gonna do too much there, but then I will probably after lunch and before a meeting, I have 4 hours where I'm just gonna be fucking around. And it's gonna be cold, so I'm probably just gonna sit inside the mall. You're setting up a new PC? Yummy, yummy. What a luxury. Okay, effect config, let's do default, especially because there was a restoration station right there. Remove on exit. Since this is a weird kind of shape, I'll just try to get it roughly good. Looks good to me. You know what we could do in this underground area once we have it is put like smoke. So we could add like a lot of heat haze or smoke to this area to give it a bit more visual identity. We just don't have that yet. Okay, let's get these other ones set up. This one is radioactive. Let's copy the location, paste it in. Copy the rotation. Paste it in. 90 degrees. We're going to scale it down a little bit. Same thing here. Rotation. Rotation. These are overlapping, but the player can't step on the overlap at the same time. Actually, that's not true. Players absolutely could get on the overlap, so I will give them an ID and name them the same thing. Oh, you know what I never did? I never made a button to copy the hazard config into the data, like we do with platforms. I should add that. In case you didn't know, you can map a function to a button that will appear over here, which is pretty cool. So what we can do I'm going to try to get the same setup that we do for the platform. Oh, that's all we do? Okay. Copy row data to local. Plan is to wire together a bunch of used PS4s, try to make a gaming rig out of that. GPU price is insane right now. If you can get DDR4, and I know that's not much better in price, DDR4 is like only 15 to 20% slower in most applications than DDR5. It's a little bit overhyped for what it is. And a lot of people's bottlenecks is not the RAM speed, but like installing something on a SATA SSD. Yeah, we'll call this data config. Well, it should appear above. I don't know why it does. I wanted to. Well, it is there at least. Should work. Yes, it does. We can copy from this configuration down here, and then I can clear this, and it'll use this this configuration. And I can just update the one per ID and do room 2 optional objective path, and we can do the same thing here. That way these two hazard volumes count as only one, and they're not going to stack their effects on top of each other. I made that system. And I'm proud of my systems. I'm proud of what I made. Did we set these to be remove on exit over here? Yes. I don't really want it penetrating with the ground there, so we'll just make it a little bit smaller like that. Okay, we have this one here. It's pretty thin, so I'm not going to make it super big. Then we have these two here. These will act as the same ID as well. I'm going to change the ID to these. Optional objective path mode. Try not to repeat IDs, though it's not going to be an issue. Okay, 90. Pull that in. And then we can just duplicate and use the same thing here. Okay. Looks good to me. Let's run the path and we'll see how much ablative it drains. Just in case it's a little bit too much. Or it feels off. Or something is broken. Back-to-back Schedule 1 songs. Fuck yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I like that while you're climbing there, you can see the platform continuing on. And you can be like, okay, is it coming back next? Yes, it is. You can kind of follow it. No, I don't think that's too much ablative. It just kind of depends if you wired this up, but even if you failed to connect up that restoration station, I doubt that this would kill you outright. It is a lot of ablative drain though. That might dip into some people's health pools. I'm fine with that though. Okay, looks pretty good to me. I'm going to do one improvement to the building components and just make them collectible through interact. Why not? I'm not going to change the tooltip or anything, but you can also interact. Functionality added. Double check it. There we go. Looks good to me. Let's make a new build. So you guys can try it out. Hopefully no errors. Only ones that would be there would probably be from the refactor that we did today, if anything. But even then, I doubt it. Ugh. Get Google Drive open too while we're waiting. What's taking so long? This in shader maps. Nuh-uh. There we go. Packaging complete. And I've learned from too many times in the past, if you don't package often, you can get stacked up with just so many packaging bugs and errors that you didn't notice before. Annoyingly. Get out of here. Double checking to see if it works. No major issues. Yeah, errors that only happen when you package. God. Okay, those might be the worst. At least when it tells me about errors that are preventing the packaging, it's like, okay, well, you know, I can fix those. But yeah, issues that only appear in the packaged game might be the most frightful, stupidest, angering, horrible things to ever exist. Oops. Yeah, I think we're fine. I think we're good. The new camera does take some getting used to. I'm not sure how to feel about the vertical damping that we have on it. Oh. Never mind, you can't jump up that. You know what I don't think I fixed though was that small gap in the lava on room 2. Nothing important, but if I don't fix it today, I will have nightmares about it all week. Yeah, we still need to make proper elevators. I know Rex modeled an elevator that we could put here. We're getting closer to starting to mesh out this game. We're getting very, very close. Oh yeah, the restoration stations are over time now. It's pretty cool. Do some nice particle effects for that. Well, actually, we are going to do some nice particle effects for that. That's not even a question. That is written in the design doc. Which of course means that we will do it. There's never been a case in game dev history where something was written in a design document but was never actually implemented. Be fun with sounds too. When do we plan to do the sound pass? Is that first playable 3? I think. Or we're doing meta sounds? We'll have to figure out where we can source some good glooping sounds for the lava. Oh, I should delete the light in here too. Keep forgetting about that. I'll do that right now. I mean, I'm gonna make a new build with the fixed lava and the deleted light. In fact, I think we have more than one point light that probably should be deleted. Nope, just this one. Okay. Perfect. And then gap in lava was here. Lava turtles that are snapping at you? Oh, you mean like turtles that are snapping at you would be cool? They would be robots that have gone rogue but live in the lava for doing maintenance of something? Robots, yes. Lava ones, unsure due to the fact that we... Unsure. Unsure. I shall think about it. Alright, I can upload this build. Okay, 3, 2, 1, it is uploaded. Alright, you can type an exclamation point demo to get the newest build, or of course it is available at the same link on our Discord that you'll see linked there in a couple places. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you reach the end. You will have to let me know if you do. Add a new route to room 2. Made building components. Can be picked up with interact. Added road data copy function to hazards. About all we did. We'll check all that in. Yeah, I would like to do some more stuff once we get up to the facility. The next area is going to be cryogenic. That should be a pretty fun one. That will be the tungsten and silicate mining gallery, water treatment, and cryo storage. In cryo storage, I want it to be like some massive hangar with storage crates and broken cryogenic tubes that have leaked liquid oxygen onto the floor. So it will be kind of another lava level, but it's blue lava. That's different. And of course, it has frozen some of the areas, so there will be slippery, icy platforms in that too. Just enough to piss you off. And some fog, yeah. And some fog. Should be fun, and I think we'll give the player the dash in that level as well. Maybe adding other human characters that you can see and interact with, possibly? See, yes, interact with, unknown. They're kind of meant to be dead. Because you're the one that's all the way at the bottom of the facility when the accident occurs. You're all the way at the bottom. Everybody else who's alive is above you and trying to escape too. So you're probably unlikely to meet others that are also alive, but if we do, we'll see. We'll see. One thing at a time. Adding in a simple dialogue system wouldn't be too annoying, or even just like a cutscene that plays where a couple characters speak back and forth. I really don't want to do any like facial animation bullshit though. I mean, somebody could be like trapped. There's some clever ways we could get around it. We just need to see what kind of resources we have. I mean, there would be like characters in the lore. Like you would be hearing a lot of characters through the audio logs. And as we sell more copies, it becomes more likely and possible that we could do something like that. But maybe in like the first couple, we'll see. It's just gonna come down to how much money we make. We'll have to pivot. But I was considering doing a follow-up game during one of the corporate espionage scandals that occurred at the facility. So before the facility had the rock burst, there was a corporate espionage scandal where one of the individuals who was part of the crew was actually working for a competing company. And I thought it'd be pretty fun if you played as that individual trying to collect info. And so we make like an immersive sim in the Redlock facility before the rock burst. I don't know. Something I was thinking about. Unsure what we'll do with it. Either way, I think I'm going to end it early today. I've done a lot of talking and my voice is starting to go. And I have nothing else to work on anyway. So what we might do is we'll pick up this on Monday, but I'm off tomorrow. And we will continue on Monday, probably with common UI and the menu system that I want to introduce. That's going to be just a ton of investigation, slow progress. I am not looking forward to it, but somebody has to do it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. Next week is going to be horrible. I can only tell you that. Next week and probably the week after that are going to be horrendous. But we need to get it done. It's on our production plan. It's part of milestone 1. Either we learn that we're not going to use it or we learn how to use it. And if we're not going to use it, then we need to know what we're going to use. Fuck. I've been putting it off until the very last. But if we can do that, then we can look into Steam input. And then if we can do Steam input, I mean, honestly, those are like the 2 biggest unknowns right now for me. Yeah, I mean, we can do something. If we get done with these milestones, we can chill out. You know, if we get done with all this miraculously before our next milestone, we could play Crimson Desert a little bit on stream. But we do have a lot to do in First Playable 3 as well. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna hit 2 milestones at the same time. I don't know if I'll play Crimson Desert on stream, though. I really don't know yet. I'm going to err on the side of caution with that one, and if I don't feel like we can or should, I'm not going to play it on stream. Because we still have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do for quarter 2. I have a lot of documents to write up for like animation and our character. At some point I need to write up an early access plan. But I was going to do that near end of Vertical Slice. Once we get done with First Playable 2, I will reanalyze First Playable 3 and the rest of Vertical and see if there's anything we're missing. But otherwise, we need to just keep going. We're making good progress. We're adding a lot of features. We're ahead of schedule at the moment. We're gonna have some really cool features coming up in First Playable 3 as well. And the beginning of some of our kind of life sim elements. One thing at a time. And some audio logs too. That'll be fun. We can start to add in some of the optional objectives. I know one thing I'm missing here, which is the neuro logs. But our game from like a UI perspective is pretty simple. Not a whole lot to interact with from the UI. But we still need to determine it. Alright, before my voice completely goes, guys, have a wonderful weekend. Have a good Friday. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for helping me. And if you want to try the game yourself, you can type in !demo or go into our Discord, and we have a Redlock channel there with a link to the playable build as well. If you play it, take a screenshot of the final widget that appears at the end of the game, and so I can see how much time it took and how many times you died. It's just good metrics. And you know, it's nice to see how long people are taking on average. So we still need some more people to play it, so if you're looking to play, now's a good time to jump in. Otherwise, you can wait until we have some more features implemented, or we start meshing things out, and you can jump in then too. Alright guys. Peace. Have a good weekend. See you Monday. Bye-bye guys. Bye-bye.